Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has responded to President William Ruto's claims over the planned abduction and attack on former IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati over the 2022 presidential result. Kioni says a credible report issued by an expert on the election results has revealed that 59% of the constituency's results can't be verified. Kioni adds that verification can only be done on Azimio leader Raila Odinga's win, which was at 57.53% of the votes cast against President Ruto's 41.66%.
And this is a person examining before the alterations were done as the results were heading to the portal. 59% of the constituency examined showed results that cannot be verified with absolute certainty. But again, in the same document, what has been verified so far shows that Raila won the elections with 8,170,355 votes, representing 57.53% of the votes cast. Ruto got 5,915,973 votes, representing 41.66% of the votes cast.
Kioni further adds that the results were manipulated and the most affected region was Mount Kenya. It says that the whistleblower who did the research is not hiding his identity, as his findings can be found online.
Most of the manipulation that was done happened within the Mount Kenya region. As I said, the whistleblower is not hiding his identity. This is a research, a study that has been done by a group known as Vanguard Africa, a non-profit organization that partners with pro-democracy leaders across Africa. You can reach him at Smith-Jeffrey T. That document is available. You take time also, go through the report. We will summarize it for you.
He also says that a casual document they've perused indicates that the results announced by IEBC from 144 constituencies are far from the truth.
A casual perusal of the document has some very interesting results. What we have seen in one of the pages is that at one point, 144 constituencies had their results verified. And often at times, those results are far from the results that were announced by IEBC.
Now, the spouse of Deputy President Dorcas Rigathi and the Inspector General of National Police Service Javed Kome have agreed to partner in offering rehabilitation for police officers in their line of duty. Speaking after meeting with the IG in his office, she said her office is committed to offering the service to police officers whose lives are affected by drugs and substance abuse. Pastor Dorcas also emphasized that her office will organize mass weddings for the police in conjunction with the police service to encourage strong and stable families and the growth of family values and consequently reduce cases of stress and depression in the service.
The other one is the chaplaincy, where we can have counseling and psychologists coming into various institutions so that we can be able to see how we can speak into their lives. We can be able to counsel them so that you get a person out of hopelessness and give them hope. This chaplaincy and family value becomes something that will go deep into every area, because even your police have families, and family value installation, it's not only at the church level but also to the places where we are serving. We want to bring service to you.
Now, the pre-trial of the attempted murder in Baby Sagini's case has been set for the 2nd of March this year. Senior Magistrate Christine Ogweno further ordered for the mental well-being of Baby Sagini to be looked at, further advising Kenyans to avoid reporting any information that would infringe on his rights. 3 individuals charged appeared before Senior Magistrate Ogweno. The cousin, grandmother and mother to the victim are said to have colluded in the cruel plot that saw Sagini's eyes gouged out.
The court reaffirms the need and importance to protect the privacy of the minor's hearing. As a result, the media and all social media users are directed to avoid coverage that would in any way infringe upon the privacy.
And a 47-year-old man from Kagambo village in Gatundu, North Kiambu County is in custody after he allegedly impregnated his 15-year-old daughter. The father of 3 is said to have been habitually enjoying sex with his biological daughter, during which he could entice her using all manner of connect. The minor put to bed on December last year. According to the mother's minor, she started suspecting the two owing to her husband's fishy behavior and occasional outings with the daughter. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord.
Thank you very much. I've earned another title today this morning at Spice FM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Inamoi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Inamoi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody was to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do.
Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot progress our country forward.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Coming into Thursday morning, we're looking at some traffic coming out of Westlands. That has already decided to build up. It's pretty early for Westlands, but all right. Let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway, where it's flowing really free, at least for now. Main highway and service lanes being used right about now. Most of it is getting into the CBD. So we're going to take a look at that and see what happens in about half an hour. We're starting off Thursday, right? Spice FM KE on Twitter. Let's talk there.
.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning and welcome to Thursday. How are you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation at 8 minutes after 6 o'clock on this 19th of January 2023. How are you doing? Hope all is well. Karibuni sana. The man in the red jacket. There's a nursery rhyme about Little Red Riding Hood. Morning, City.
Good morning. Little Red Riding Hood.
Little Red Riding Hood. Did you read about Little Red Riding Hood? And
that's the one where there was a story of the big bad wolf.
Exactly.
Huh?
Yes, he huffed and he puffed and did he blow a house down? Something like that.
Yeah, and they didn't.
Somebody huffed and puffed about something.
And they lived near the three bears.
No, that was Goldilocks. There was Goldilocks and the three bears, but then there was Little Red Riding Hood and the big bad wolf.
And they were not related.
No, and then there was three little pigs, but that was something totally different. Who's not related? The bears and the wolf.
Yeah, because bears live in the same environment as wolves.
Yeah, but they were not related.
And this wolf, why was it alone? Wolves travel in packs. The bears, at least we know mother bear, father bear, baby bear. That one, they did okay. These porridge drinking bears.
Yes. And bed sleeping bears.
Right, Ednah. Sisi watu wa Mr. Kamau drives a bus. na Tom and Mary tunakaa kona gani? Na hekaya za Abuduasi
hapo zamani za kale.
Sisi kona yetu iko kona yetu iko pande hii. Nasikia sijui little hood. Surely.
It's actually little red.
Little red riding.
Little red in the hood.
Hey. Yeah. How are you? Yes.
Fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Mm-hmm. You well?
Yes, how are you?
Me, I'm fine.
You are fine. Good.
Mimi, niko fine, thank you, my friend. Niko fine, thank you. Pancheza. Pancheza.
City pia ni fine.
Yeah. City?
Yes, please.
Is what she's saying true?
She is. Actually, she has enunciated a very fundamental truth.
Okay.
Ile huyo.
Yeah.
Amesema ile truth cha ukweli.
Truth ile.
Sawa. The truth. Hello everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Thursday. It's Thursday and Justice Thursday's conversations resume. At 9 a.m. we will be hosting a judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court, the Honorable Lady Justice Monica Mbaru. She will be here with us to talk about celebrating that court's 10 years in existence. The Employment and Labor Relations Court has been in operation for 10 years now, and she'll be coming to tell us, in those 10 years, how many employers have you found guilty? And why? Why do you always look at employers and feel like they're the ones who are on the wrong? Surely. Sometimes employees are also on the wrong. That is at 9 a.m. At 8 o'clock, let's have a conversation with the president of the Law Society of Kenya, Eric Theory. He'll be here to tell us about why the LSK is planning to hold protests against delays at the land registries. Lawyers have been up in arms over this thing for a long time. Since the moment that it's called what? The platform, when it was rolled out by the former CS for Lands, Farida Karone, lawyers have been complaining, oh, this thing is not working. Oh, wiki tunataka password. Oh, password. Tutaki password. Password. Oh. So he'll be here with us at 8 o'clock. He'll tell us about the password and why they don't want it. At 7, we want to have a conversation about the universities and higher education. So first, focusing on the universities. Now, recently, we've had several issues. One is the government saying, the president himself saying, we're looking at how we can better finance and manage higher education. Consolidation of various things. 1, TVETs. 2, HELB. 3, Universities Fund. Okay. What does the Universities Fund do? The Universities Fund is the one that funds universities.
There you go.
Okay. So, the CEO of the Universities Fund, Geoffrey Monari, will be here with us at 7 o'clock to talk about how universities can sustainably be financed. Okay? We have talked to a Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. We have talked to a unionist from the, what are they called? UASU, the University Academic Staff Union. And they've all talked about, okay, so universities are actually not even getting what they should be getting from the government. And now we're talking about having to supplement that with raising school fees, this and the other. So Geoffrey Monari will be here to tell us, why are they underfunding universities? Or are they not? Keep it here for that and more. Tuambie mambo ya homa ya COVID.
Hii computer nataka kuniangusha hapa saa hii.
Password.
672,213,969. That's what we're looking at in terms of COVID numbers. They want to tell us a little bit about this XBB 1.5. XBB.1.5. That's the new and highly transmissible COVID-19 variant. They're saying, look, there have been efforts to grind the pandemic to a halt. The emergence of this new... There are many things. Number one, it's highly transmissible. it's extensively drug resistant, and it is profoundly immune system evading. All of those things in one variant. And it's putting the global community on edge, they say. In the naming of SARS, this one denotes a genetic recombination. So it's like it's taken other variants, removed them from here, and then joined together, and they've basically gotten a super variant. That's what has happened. And they're calling it the 5th grandchild of the original subvariant. So it does some formulaic things there. Is it worse than, or how does it differ?
Subvariant called XBB.
Yeah.
As in that XBB subvariant already has kids
So
and grandchildren.
this is the grandchild 5th. So there was BA.2, the first one. BA.2 then went to BA.2.10. Then BA.2.10 gave birth to XBB, which then gave birth to XBB.1. Now we have XBB.1.5. Oh, my, it's not a small thing. Oh.
So what Wambia too, can they deal with it?
Right now they're saying no. You didn't hear all those evading and high lily.
Okay.
So it's looking a bit difficult.
Are they dealing with the grandmother?
Are they asking the grandmother? They can't seem to find the grandmother. Grandmother seems to have been fizzled out of existence for now.
Okay.
Is it different from Omicron? Yes, it is. They're seeing that Omicron at least was responding to treatment. Omicron was responding to then immuno-boosting medication. This one, not quite so. And they're trying to figure out why. And that's why it's putting everybody on edge. Until they're able to find treatments, then that this now reacts to really quickly, or at least they're going to be able to find ways in which, even if the virus does attack your system, that there are other medications they can give you which will build your immunity, which essentially would do what? Fight the virus. But right now, that's not happening. And so the story is telling us that the global community is on edge. So it's a bit of a feeling. Okay?
Okay.
China's economic growth is being hit by coronavirus restrictions. They're talking about the 2022 plan that they did have in place for some time. And they're saying that now we're looking at a time where after they've lifted the COVID policy and people have traveled, people have now settled back down kind of. It doesn't look too good in terms of the growth that they had projected for the year. And that they might get a hit. Tourism might suffer here. It's the world's second largest economy and it's taking a hit again because of COVID. The Ministry of Health tells us here locally that there have been... The page is refusing to move. Okay. There have been 23 new cases of COVID-19 from a sample size of 428 in the last 24 hours. Numbers still remain low and positivity rate remains sub 5%. So still taking precautions by getting out and getting vaccinated is what the Ministry of Health has advised us to do.
Let's do that then. 18 minutes after 6, we are live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook as we always do. Are you online? Where are you tuned in from this morning? Are you in the Republic of Kenya or outside of the Republic of Kenya? Let us know. We will be acknowledging your presence and doing our usual shout outs shortly. The gentleman who is stuck in minus 40 degrees in somewhere in, was it in Canada?
Yes,
Western Canada.
It was Canada.
Where? Was it in the west or in the east?
It was Western Canada.
Western Canada?
Yeah.
Uko, ndugu. Let us hear. Let us hear from you. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is 00 Direct, woman host, music by women, and only women guests.
If COVID could mutate and evolve 6 times over the last 2 years, how many versions of yourself have emerged in the last 2 years? Do not, and you don't have to give anything to get ahead. All you have to do is give out and show out your talent.
Catch 00 Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m. on Spice FM.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is one of the best ways to spend a Saturday.
It's 16 and partly cloudy in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 15. Mostly clear conditions at 12 in Nakuru, highs of 28 and lows of 11. And it's 12 degrees and partly cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 27. and lows of 11 as well. 10 degrees and clear in Eldoret, highs of 27. And looking into Mombasa, it's cloudy at 26, highs of 32. We'll see highs of 31 in Malindi, where it's cloudy at 26. 19 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 30 and lows of 19. And it's partly cloudy at 14 in Kakamega, with highs of 32 and lows of 14. It's 19 and clear out in Kampala, highs of 29 and lows of 17. And we'll see highs of 32 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam at 26. It's 18 and cloudy in Joburg, highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 33 in a clear Lagos at 26. 24 and cloudy conditions in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 23. Looking out into a partly sunny Beijing, Thursday afternoon, it's 4 degrees and sunny, highs of 4 and lows of minus 12. 1 degree and snowy in Paris, highs of 4 and lows of minus 1. Bang on 0 in London and mostly cloudy, highs of 5, back down to lows of 0. And it's 7 and clear in New York with highs of 10. We'll see lows of 3.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Jumbo, salams from the Czech Republic. Productive day to you all, Matthias Owalo says.
Okay.
Good morning. Samuel Karanja says, hello there. I'm a SpiceFM diehard. Wishing you a happy day to you too. Jane Duta says, Siti Ndu and Eric and Latif rather. Good morning. It's to scare the rate of AIDS. It's to scare the rates of AIDS. Anyway, good morning. Oh, I get it. So it's a red card against GBV that we're holding in that picture. And so it's GBV across board, really. That's what it is, reminding ourselves of that. Good morning, crew. I am in the Royal Coffee Research Center. But I know Kimilili is ever tuned to its biggest conversation. Good morning to you. Hamjambo, Mr. Muga, Latif and Ndru, Sikunjema. To you too. Always love to watch you guys. Trace Mose is in Miami Beach in Florida. Good morning to you and Karibu Sana. Mbuchiki Amtugo says good morning. Victor is tuned in. And Anthony Gashunga is tuned in from Kikuyu. From the Great Wall of Kino is where Odero is. Beatrice Ngenya says good morning. John Amasongole is tuned in as well. Bay Wamacha says good morning. And Sky Kahara, rather SK Kahare says good morning. Wish you all a very successful show and a great day ahead. Asante Sana. Eldoret is where Collins is. And Shiro says good morning, lady and gentlemen. Ready for a blessed day indeed. We are too. Very good to have each and every one of you here with us as we start the day. Now, Mia Motley says, Spice FM. Good morning, people. Leo, we are at a tolerable minus 15. Things are not too bad. And he was also letting you know that minus 48 Fahrenheit and Celsius are the same thing.
So at what point do they merge?
I need to find that out, actually. It's 0 Celsius and 0 Fahrenheit the same.
So they're equally cold.
At 48, they're the same. So today says it's tolerable. It's freezing, but it's just 15.
It's only minus 15.
So, they can handle it.
Just minus 15. Not so bad. Okay.
Karibuni. Don Sabo is tuned in. We can see you there. Very active. Says hello. Say hi to my schoolmate, the LSK President Theory. We will. And you're asking, how is the CDF case after Muturi advising the ruling? Yeah, good question. We'll look into that. Thanks for joining us, folks. Good to have you.
Okay. Karibuni sana kila mtu. John Allen Namu returns this Sunday at 8 p.m. with what show? It's called The Last Door. It's the first and only true crime investigative series in this republic, looking at real cases, things that happened in Kenya, and seeking to understand, so what actually went down? And John Allen Namu has been spending some time since June last year looking at those cases. He has looked at the death of Tekra Muigai, the late daughter of Keroche, Senator Keroche. He's looked at the discovery of bodies floating on River Yala. Episode 3 comes up this Sunday. Let's find out what it's going to be. It's on Maisha Magic Plus on DSTV channel what?
163.
And on GoTV?
Channel 8.
All right. City. Higher.
Yes. A reflection does not see itself.
A reflection does not see itself.
That's a proverb from Mozambique.
I prefer when they had animals.
Slithering
They're
snakes.
Proverbs.
Running snakes.
Yes. Snakes that walk. Was it from the
So
same
do you
country?
see your reflection?
Same.
You
Same.
see your reflection, but your reflection
Two
doesn't
questions
see
are being asked here.
itself.
Do I see my reflection of the snake, or ask what you're asking? Do
You see your reflection. So we're saying your reflection doesn't see itself.
no, it doesn't.
What is a reflection?
An image of you that you see in a mirror.
That image doesn't see.
Doesn't see itself.
The image doesn't see you.
No,
The
it's
image
you,
doesn't
it's,
see
it's
you.
you who sees
It's
the
you who
image.
sees the image.
Yes. No, this isn't yesterday's proverb where you and the snake are running through the thorns. No.
Okay.
A reflection doesn't see itself.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Nisa sawa.
Sindio.
Nisa sawa. Whatever they say, it's okay. They have natural gas anyway. We don't.
Us, we have
natural gas.
We have some form of it.
Well,
somewhere here, Jambu. No, seriously, we do. This thing that you use to make these pop things go to face, those things we have. When you open a bottle of Coke or something, it fizzes.
Carbonated.
Yes. What do you think? How do you think that carbonates itself? Okay.
Yeah, okay, we're going to go with that.
Please go with it.
Where to be a trivial
sour.
And,
okay, sour.
Now you've approached it correctly. Just agree and move on.
Okay, no problem.
After all, we're in the country of Kenya.
Yes.
Exactly.
Does it make sense? That's not important. I have said you just agree and move on. Iko na face.
Zinaitwa stories za jaba.
Hapa na pale.
What's in the newspaper headlines?
All right, let's look at the headlines this morning. Act now on Chebukati death, Ruto is told. That's the front page of the Standard. Wabukala leaves EACC as quietly as he came in. And we're still looking at the reports from this population, this population survey. On the back page of The Nation, Kupek backs Machogu's call on boarding schools. Of course, they had something to say about that before. And the ministry posts the first batch of 874 interns to public hospitals. So that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a land grabbing case that's going on, after the Moy family, etc. And the land grab case now spells doom for big thieves.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you the details of that. The new dossier that claims Raila won in 2022. We saw the presser by the Jubilee SG yesterday, giving those numbers. So we'll look into that story, shan't we?
They have few numbers.
There's some numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
There are numbers.
Nizazawa. What's in The Nation? You've told us. And the back page of The Nation? Have you told us?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Let me tell you what's on the front page of the Business Daily. Half of married men drop wives in home and land ownership. I don't understand that headline at all. Listen. Half of married men drop wives in home and land ownership.
So, what?
Half of married men drop wives in home and land ownership.
They're not giving their wives their things.
The share of married men who now own homes and land solely has shot up in the last 8 years following the enactment of more progressive laws that have empowered women in post-divorce property disputes. More than half, or 51%, of married men surveyed by the KNBS last year said they owned homes alone, a jump from 36% in 2014. The findings of the Kenya Demographic Health Survey released on Tuesday also show that the fraction of married men who own agricultural land alone jumped from 28% 9 years ago to 41.5%. So, it's a half of married men who do not co-own property, have not co-registered their property with their wives. That is there. That's what they mean. Kenya's dollar multi-millionaires double in 10 years. A dollar multi-millionaire is a what millionaire in Kenya? Is a what nair in Kenya?
Dollar multi-millionaire?
Yes.
Times 100.
First, a dollar millionaire
That's a
A
billionaire.
dollar millionaire is a billionaire in Kenya shillings.
The number is 100 million. The number of dollar multi-millionaires in Kenya more than doubled in the years between 21-22 after the individuals with a net worth of 620 million shillings and above rose to 1,890 in a decade. People who are worth 620 million shillings and above.
Like 1,000 and something.
1,890. Yeah.
You do remember when we witnessed interviews that the parliamentary interviews of the individuals who are being given these high-ranking jobs like PS and
Yes.
Those ones, yes.
Yes. Wealthy lot of people there.
Mm.
You
Like a pretty penny.
Yes, exactly. You see, what came to my mind with all these wealthy people, surely, if I take the view that they're businessmen and that there is some value addition to the businesses that they do, one then could see how it is that we keep talking about an economic growth, and one could actually see that it exists. Because if they are business people, then there's what we call the trickle-down effect. Some along the line, people will benefit from it. Huh?
Yes.
But is that really the case? Because in this country, people can get rich without having any value whatsoever.
This is true. People can get rich after having not done a day's work.
Yes.
Provide air.
Those ones are not captured in
They're not
data.
captured in this one.
They're not, huh? Where are they captured?
Those ones in people's eyes.
And the EACC books.
Yes. Tell us what's on the front page of the Star.
Right. Ruto purge hits Uhuru men as allies return.
Where were they?
KPC chairperson Okuthe, it's a lady, and MD Irungu among casualties of Grand House cleaning. This is on page 4 and 5 of the Star.
All right.
Remember yesterday we mentioned a gentleman who had been involved, was mentioned in the bombing of a church in DRC, remember?
Yes.
Now,
He's being held.
He's being held. Now, top right-hand corner of the Star, as always, a story. This man held in DRC terror probe was wanted in Nairobi over the theft of 1 million shillings.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Huh. He's got a coloured...
He was wanted in Nairobi over theft of $1 million, Bob.
On a separate case?
Sorry, I read it wrongly. It's 11, not 1. 11 million.
On a separate case?
Separate.
Okay. Huh.
So
not related to the bombing.
You decide which is his side hustle. So, but yes, bombing.
Come and do this for
11
us.
million shilling theft, whatever it is.
Or financing of bombers.
That's what I'm asking if they're related.
Hey, anyway, it's 27 minutes to 7. Let's take a quick break for traffic updates, and then we'll look at these newspaper headlines in detail. Good morning.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
I mean, I don't know.
So, what are they
How
saying?
are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So I said, your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of the
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, certain parts of Mombasa are being worked on, and they do that in the wee hours of the morning from about 4 o'clock. And so you're going to see parts of Mombasa Road being worked on just after that drift coming from the Gateway Mall, and then also then from the direction of Mlolongo. Heading out towards Cabanas, you'll find yet another one. And then right there at the Maradaima Drift, you'll find another one. So it's going to slow things down a little bit, but they're going to be clearing out in a short while, as has been the practice over the last week. So just watch out for that. There's traffic on Jogo Road heading out into the city, a little bit building up, some more coming out of Westlands. The Thika Superhighway is not looking too bad right now. We're just looking at the Muthaiga Square, heading out towards the Pangani Underpass. There's some traffic there. Outer Ring doesn't look too bad. All your connecting roads, Juja, Kangundo, Manyanja. Juja is what you'll find has the most traffic, at least for now, and then it's going to join and connect with Muranga Road. Coming off the northern bypass, it's looking good, as is the eastern bypass. For now, we'll take a look in a short while. Southern bypass also gets you into the city much quicker than staying on Uhuru Highway. SpiceFM KE on Twitter this morning. Let's talk about where you might be or where you find a good route that others can use and keep things moving this morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
4 to 7. Pick one.
Okay. So, let me tell you about this. The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers. Remember how they were having this little thing back and forth? Okay, shall we board, shall we not board? Now, they're very happy that Machagu has said what he has said. Okay? They have welcomed the proposal, and they're saying that what they can do of introducing day wings to boarding schools.
Okay.
They say rather than scrap this whole boarding school story, what we can do as boarding schools is have some day wings. We don't have a problem with that. But we also recognize the challenge that parents are having sometimes. If you've picked a school for your child, or also for economic reasons, it's cheaper for you to have your child in school. There are also pastoralists or moving communities that, look, if their children don't go to boarding school, their children will not go to school. So they realized all of this and they said, look, this is good. Their proposal also, if it's going to be allowed by the ministry, they're saying they want to see boarding sections retained in extra county and national schools only. So, sub-county schools, which are the lowest cadre of secondary schools that admit students from the immediate locality, hosting district, day schools and former provincial schools with a day wing will fall under this category. So they're looking at ways in which they can make this happen. So, if you have strict boarding schools, but there's some people who can come day, because we know what? That those who are going to junior secondary school and that there's no provision in their local primary school are going to be attached to the next local school. Now, if your next local school is a strict boarding school, this is why they're saying now, make provision to have a day wing so that these kids can go to can go to those schools. Make sense? So this is what they're saying, that we can tinker about with the system as it is, so that everybody can be accommodated and we can all be happy.
Yeah.
Sub-county schools will do this. The top tier schools, national, extra county and county schools, they will make a way to have everybody accommodated and we can all be fine. Do you see?
Remember, we talked about it and we were asking ourselves, so what is this thing about scrapping boarding schools? A majority of pupils, anyway, go to day schools.
Yes.
Those that go to boarding schools come from specific areas and for a specific reason. While there's a higher number of boarding schools in some areas. So it's just... It's one of those things where you actually ask yourself, what was the conversation that was held in that boardroom in government where they said, let's start phasing out boarding? What was it? Because they don't come out to explain, okay, the reason we were saying we phase out boarding was this, and the other. And now we are hearing a different...
The one issue that takes preeminence, especially over the last 2 times this week that Machogo has spoken, is the cost.
Of boarding.
Government pays quite some. 22, I think it has risen actually, about 25,000 and some on top per student, right? So then they're saying, of course, this is in the boarding system. They have to pay that.
Right.
Now, if you remove them and take them to a day school, what does that do?
It frees up the 23.
It frees up the 25,000.
It should.
But it shifts the responsibility to parents.
How?
They're not boarding.
No, they're not boarding. That's what I'm saying. So in terms of a responsibility, if you move them from boarding, living and all of that, they're living and going to school from home. If you remove boarding.
Okay.
That is what they were saying. So the having more children in boarding school, because you remember what was going to happen. Moving to high school, there was an automatic thinking that now children will board.
Yeah, but still, it's only 20% of the 1 million, 4-5 million children in secondary school who will be in boarding.
Sure, but in Machogo's thinking, even if you add one extra 25,000 for them, they were looking at the budgets, and this is the reason he was talking about this.
That's a flawed reasoning.
This is what he was saying. Okay, so you were asking for the reasons as to why they said
it's expensive to.
It's expensive for government.
Yes, but how many people are boarding? Because that's the question. And how many are boarding in public schools?
Yeah.
Right. In secondary, a majority of the schools in secondary schools are public.
Are boarding schools?
No. A majority of schools in this country are day schools.
They're day schools.
A majority of schools. Over
majority.
70% of schools are day schools.
Day schools.
Primary,
Yeah.
Yes.
primary is a higher percentage. Secondary is a lower percentage. But we're only talking about 20-odd% of children who are in boarding.
When former
These are the ones who are
yeah. When former look, I think this is the thing.
Unless
there's
you say
that
there's a minority of children in boarding school anyway,
I don't
and we are
think this
spending
is
a lot
about-
of money, and this money then could go into developing the day schools and those things that you're talking about, the sub-county schools.
I don't think this is a numbers reason, but if you look at the former CS rather, who, by the way, interestingly enough, now is a lecturer and the head of a surgery department, but that's a story for another day. The conversation started about phasing out boarding when they were looking at the issues of indiscipline, etc., and said, look, now parents take responsibility. Unfortunately, all of this now morphed into one conversation and people just carried it forward. But in terms of reasoning, itemized reasoning as to why they want to phase out boarding, unfortunately, we've not heard that. We hear a press conference on Tuesday, we hear another one on Wednesday, and then, this is what that comes out of it. The reasoning as to why boarding they wanted to phase it out has not been clear. It has not been itemized. But these are the two things that have popped out at us over the last 8 months.
One understands the need for someone to seek relevance, but this is a little expensive because you can't keep changing something that has worked. Have the parents complained about boarding schools?
In fact, the parents in most cases are asking that it be, and for different reasons.
Has the teaching fraternity complained that this boarding schools, because they're the ones who interact with this system on a daily basis, have they complained?
Interestingly, when they went and holed up in Machakos for about that, they were doing that 3-month thing. Some of the teaching fraternity from the report that we seen, this is separate from what the Working Party said, that they were hoping that parents would take more responsibility when it came to raising their children. And this was now pointing to the indiscipline that they saw in schools, which is now what gave way to this sentiment about, well, then perhaps we need to look at phasing out this boarding and let children stay at home and go to school from home so that their parents can be part of
So someone wanted to solve this social problem of indiscipline by ensuring that children stay at home and go to school from home.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's lopsided thinking and reasoning if ever there was one.
So are we saying there's no indiscipline in day schools?
No.
So what are we saying?
The opposite.
This seeking relevance by trying to change something that doesn't require changing doesn't make sense.
And this is the problem. Rather than fix what is going wrong, you want to now take the whole thing and chuck it out completely. Fix what's wrong.
Someone wants to appeal as though they're doing something relevant. And you're asking, okay, fine. What exactly are you doing? What problem are you solving? Because for you to solve the problem, it must exist. So what is this problem?
The problem, I think, is that they are not communicating well. Belio Kipsang, when he came to talk about that, he never said it. So we just don't know exactly the reason behind that conversation of let's phase out boarding.
Yeah.
Unless we understood it, we'd never know. There's a storm over what the president said on Tuesday. Plot on rigging, threats to the IEBC, threats to kidnap and murder, Wafula Chebukati and all. Okay? So that whole thing was happening on Tuesday. Yesterday, Jeremiah Kioni was here and he took issue with it. And then after he left here,
he went somewhere.
He addressed a press conference in the afternoon and said, in fact, we have new revelations and new data that shows there was rigging of that election. So not what they took to court. It's something else that they've come up with from somewhere else. And they were sharing all this. There's a website called the IEBC whistleblower.org, which claims to be where all these allegations are. And if you look at that website, it says, I'm a current employee of the IEBC. And in that capacity, I was central to the administration of the 2022 elections. I've taken this extraordinary step, knowing full well the risks to me, my family and colleagues, to provide the authentic and incontrovertible data on the 2022 Kenyan elections. That original data, which the public has never seen until now, shows without an iota of doubt that IEBC and the chairman of Wafula Chebukati, Commissioners Abdi Gulie and Boya Molu, together with the CEO Marjan Hussein, provided falsified data and results to the Kenyan people. He says he works at the IEBC.
How old is this website?
It's new, it's controvertible.
You know.
It's new. Then, now we saw the leadership of Azimio, led by Jeremiah Kioni, the Secretary General of Jubilee, coming out and giving these figures that have been given by this alleged whistleblower, who claims that, if our figures show that, in fact, there was manipulation of the votes and indeed Raila had won the election and this is what they want. They never took this thing to court. Their previous whistleblower allegations that they took to court, they ended up withdrawing some affidavit and amending some affidavit, and they were told, you people, can you get serious? Now they have come up with a new one. We are seeing the whole storm about, the president talking about Chebukati. And remember we asked Jeremiah Kioni yesterday, what is it? Why is the president using an official function and not just some off-the-cuff speech somewhere at a roadside on a market, actually using prepared speech to make that statement? Because the president does not make allegations.
No.
It's a statement that this is what happened, but he ends it there. And I'm just seeing there's a whole game afoot here, and we are just the
we're wrapped up in the whirlwind, and that's just the case. And look, you can never listen to something like this and think that really there isn't something afoot. That is there an attention grabber that's been thrown on the table so that your attention is shifted from what really is going on here. Because you don't make such a statement and then you don't do something about it, number one. And then you don't make such a statement and then previous, where it has actually ended in death, has not been concluded.
Yeah.
Same IEBC, an official from the same IEBC was murdered, did not fall off a bridge, was murdered in a grotesque manner. That has not been investigated and found out till date. Then another allegation of the same thing is made and you're not doing anything about it. No. What are we being actually hoodwinked from? This dead cat that's on the table, all of you are looking at it. Meanwhile, there's something else creeping in or out the door.
This isn't an isolated incident. Because if I just look at what's been happening in the last 2 weeks, a lot has been happening. Statements have been made. Things have happened. I
don't think our attention is being diverted. I think these guys are jostling. Several things are taking place now. Wafula Chebukati and his 2 colleagues have exited office. The Cherera 4 had exited office, well, apart from Irene Masit, who's still in office, but suspended. So there is no commission. The next agenda item is establishing the commission that's going to manage the next general election. There's a bill that's going to Parliament today, to the Senate.
And they're already split.
And this bill is on how the selection panel for the IEBC will be constituted. The President Ruto administration has changed from the previous one, where he wants now to say that 2 people shall come from nominees of the Parliamentary Service Commission, 1 shall be from the Public Service Commission, 1 shall be from non-parliamentary political parties, 2 from religious interfaith council, and 1 from the LSK. The change here is that initially it was 4 from the Parliamentary Service Commission. It's a change. President Ruto and his people have been saying that the handshake administration used its numbers and influence to pick the Cherera 4. And what the president was saying is that the Cherera 4 were hired specifically to make sure that handshake wins in 2022. Now, you cannot stop yourself from asking yourself, so is Ruto doing all these changes so that he can hire the next IEBC to manage the next election?
The bone of
Because
contention.
he's already said that the previous administration did exactly that.
If the changes are upheld, so what you have is that the ruling, so Kenya Kwanza essentially would get that 1 seat.
So you see,
and it would be them to have that 1 seat that would essentially tip the scales.
Sure.
And that is what is being contended right here. Essentially, you would be replicating the very same thing that you took issue with in the previous administration.
Actually, not replicating it. You'll be tilting it in your favor.
That's a game. And when the Jubilee guys are making noise here, they don't really care about the allegations being made. They know that the president is not going to form a commission of inquiry when they demand for it. A commission of inquiry into what happened in 2022, this will not happen. The president did not say it. It's not going to happen. Okay? They know that, the Jubilee people and the Azimio people. Number two, they know very well what the president is playing at, and that's what they're reacting to. They are also just trying to say, no, we'll not allow you to select the next IEBC commissioners without considering us. That's all they're doing. But they are just playing with our minds here. It's politicians, once again, doing the thing I've said, controlling the IEBC.
There is no desire for electoral reform.
Nothing.
There isn't.
Absolutely nothing.
Electoral conform.
This one is
And I think it's about time that we as Kenyans stand up and tell them, oh, we can read you.
Stop it.
Loud and clear. We can actually read what you guys are trying to do. Both of you. Jubilee, Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, Kenya Kwanza. We know what you're trying to do. You are trying to jostle for control of the IEBC. In fact, that control should be yanked from you. Politicians are not the most critical factor in an electoral commission, in an election.
You know, the thing about what we're seeing now, I'm thinking of the peeling of an onion, and I'm thinking this onion has just been picked.
Yep.
It hasn't even been peeled yet. In these coming days...
They haven't even cut off the stem.
No, we haven't. In these coming days, we are going to see stuff...
Where?
That will compete very favorably with Jolan and Namu's document.
Yeah.
Because you're going to hear things being said... Nothing happening within this particular period should be taken in isolation. The DP firing off and saying Home Guard should return land. Don't take it in isolation. It's not in isolation. The issue of, Uhuru's men have now been replaced by Ruto men. Don't take it in isolation. President Ruto and the Deputy President have visited Nyanza. Do not take it in isolation. And guess what? Raila Odinga wasn't present. Whatever is happening right now is going to unfold gently and clearly with the passage of time. But Eric, you have an extremely valid point. Politicians are doing the negotiations right before our very eyes, as we see.
That's what they're doing. And, we voted, and I say we because I was among those who voted. We got up on the 9th of August, we went, we queued, we cast our ballot.
We did our bit.
We chose 6 people to go into office. And what was that? That was Kenyans delegating their sovereignty to elected leaders.
Yes, not abrogating it.
Not abrogating. It's just delegating to their elected leaders. Those elected leaders are the ones who are now doing this nonsense. We now have new data that Raila actually won. Why didn't you take it? So what are you doing about it?
Actually, the concept of new means it wasn't there before.
Yeah.
And now they have it.
Yeah, now they have
at that time,
is it a new election? Or the same election?
No, it was there before. It's just that now that they have it, it's new.
Wakwende kabisa. Either you're going to court and saying, Supreme Court, we want to reopen a case, or just leave us alone. Can you do the work that you've been given? There are Azimio members of parliament, there are Azimio senators, there are Azimio governors. Can those ones work? There are Kenya Kwanza president, deputy president, MPs, senators, governors. Can they work? This nonsense, I'm tired.
It's called stirring the pot, or some people call it shaking the tree. But
what's going to fall?
No. Actually, the point Eric is making and why it's valid is this. In the midst of all the problems we have, the things facing the country, right? The citizenry saw the election, said, okay, we have different positions on this particular matter, but Aizuru, it is okay. Even if it isn't, let's get on with life. Now, we have the whole situation being resurrected.
Yeah.
Okay? To what end? To what end? And then with the government, all these daunting tasks that they have before them, are we going to see a clear way forward that the very problems that the Mwananchi has will actually be looked into permanently? Not these partial things where you're told, we're doing this, and it's a statement, but nothing actually gets done.
Actual implementation of the Kriegler report. Just that. That's it. This mambo of telling us,
right.
What are you looking at, City?
I am looking at, take a guess.
The paper.
You two very funny people. Take another guess.
advertisement.
The East African. Is it?
Yes, of course.
On a Thursday, no less, but okay.
There's some very interesting stories that I was looking at here. And how it is that certain things that happen and how important they are. We embraced China and their technology, and very many of the roads or the infrastructure projects we have in this country were given to Chinese, including even buildings, right? Excellent technology. We saw what they did and we saw what they can do. And remember, all this began in the Kibaki era.
Yes.
But we have a neighbor called Uganda.
We do.
Yes. Uganda decided they've had enough. I'm looking at page 4 of the East African. Uganda savers Chinese deal turns to Turkey for SGR project. If we think we're the only one with SGR, no. Uganda also have SGR, okay?
Yes. They have SGR?
Yes, we have.
From where to where?
Now, this is the interesting thing. Uganda this week formally terminated, I'm reading this so that you understand it. So this is not me opining.
Okay.
The contract of the China Harbour Engineering Company, CHEC, to build the country's first phase of the Standard Gauge Railway, SGR, a 273-kilometer line from Malaba to Kampala.
They terminated it. Okay.
Almost 8 years after the project was launched. That is, I'm going to now the pourquoi it for you. Okay. The Chinese firm failed to convince Beijing to finance it, so Kampala terminated the contract in November 2022 and has now opted for a different financing model with Yapi Mekzeki of Turkey, the Turkish firm which incidentally is building part of the Tanzanian SGR network. Thank you very much. You see where I'm going with this one. Is expected to submit a response to the government's request for construction in the next few weeks, paving the way for the procurement, said Uganda SGR project coordinator Perez Wamburu. In July 2022, Uganda's Attorney General started to review this contract after it became apparent that China Exim Bank, heard of that bank before? Kampala's main infrastructure project financier of the past decade, had grown cold feet on bankrolling the SGR.
So they signed a deal 8 years ago.
8.
They haven't chomored even one single RMB into this project.
And they've been told, it's okay.
Uganda told them, sir.
Yes. But you see of interest when you hear where this thing is going and what Tanzania is doing, just so that I may mention it. You may not know it, but Tanzania also building a hydroelectric plant. And it's called Julius Nyerere. That's the name, okay? Not Renaissance, Julius Nyerere. It is going to be the largest. It's going to produce the largest volume of power on the continent.
Bigger than Ethiopia?
Bigger than Ethiopia, bigger than Hassan Dam. Bigger.
Wanatoa mapi maji?
They have Ruvuma, Baba. Hey. Just so that you understand.
Good.
Now, but that's a story for another day.
Wajenge, sisi tuko hapa tutakunywa stima.
Na maji.
Na hata gesi inatoka, kuna bomba la gesi inatoka Tanzania na kuja hapa Mombasa.
Bomba
la gesi. Bomba la gesi.
Plenty mengi.
Whole pipeline that's being built from TZ bringing natural gas to Kenya. Remember? When President Suluhu came to Kenya?
I remember. I just wanted to make sure I knew what
bomba la gesi. Lile bomba lile. Haya. As Wafula Chebukati exited office, the retired Archbishop Eliud Wabukala has also exited the EACC as chairperson. Okay? And people are looking at, Hiya.
Was he there?
He was the chairman.
Now he's gone. Where was he?
That's a good chairman.
Didn't ruffle any feathers. Prayed.
No.
Didn't ask too many questions.
Even if he asked,
he left the job. That job to be with the secretariat.
Yes.
Okay. Secretariat is the one that does that job.
That's the job.
Chairman.
He's chairman.
Yeah.
Board.
Yes.
He was just chairing the
not
process.
CEO chairman. Chairman.
Not executive chairman. Chairman. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. John Alan Namu returns on Sunday at 8 p.m. on Maisha Magic Plus with The Last Door, which is the first and best yet true crime investigative series where he looks at things that have happened in the country and asking, what really went down. Watch it on Maisha Magic Plus on DSTV channel 160 what?
163.
Okay. And Go TV channel 8.
8.
Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has responded to President William Ruto's claims over the planned abduction and attack on former IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati over the 2022 presidential results. Kioni says a credible report issued by an expert on the election results has revealed that 59% of the constituency's results can't be verified. Kioni adds that verification can only be done on Azimio leader Raila Odinga's win, which was at 57.53% of the votes cast against President Ruto's 41.66%.
And this is a person examining before the alterations were done as the results were heading to the portal. 59% of the constituents examined showed results that cannot be verified with absolute certainty. But again, in the same document, what has been verified so far shows that Raila won the elections with 8,170,355 votes, representing 57.53 of the votes cast. Ruto got 5,915,973 votes, representing 41.66% of the votes cast.
Kioni further adds that the results were manipulated and the most affected region was Mount Kenya. He says that the whistleblower who did the research is not hiding his identity, as his findings can be found online.
Most of the manipulation that was done happened within the Mount Kenya region. As I said, the whistleblower is not hiding his identity. This is a research, a study that has been done by a group known as Vanguard Africa, a non-profit organization that partners with pro-democracy leaders across Africa. You can reach him at Smith-Jeffrey T. That document is available. You take time also, go through the report. We will summarize it for you.
He also says that a casual document they've perused indicates that the results announced by IEBC from 144 constituencies are far from the truth.
A casual perusal of the document has some very interesting results. What we have seen in one of the pages is that at one point, 144 constituencies had their results verified. And often at times, those results are far from the results that were announced by IEBC.
And the Law Society of Kenya President Eric Theuri now says it might prove difficult for the country to ever know the truth of President William Ruto's claims that there was a plot to assassinate former IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati. Theuri says that even though it is necessary to unearth the truth and veracity of the allegations, Ruto's sentiments could jeopardize investigations, as the police or even a commission of inquiry may be under pressure to agree with the president. The LSK chair agrees that while there are areas of concern to be explored and the need to form a commission of inquiry to look into the allegations, the outcome of such processes appears predetermined. This as Minority Leader in the National Assembly Opiyo Andai, Narok Senator Ledamo Lekina and Embakasi East MP Babu Owino are pushing for an open investigation into all the deaths related to the previous election since 2007. Among the deaths that of the former IEBC ICT Director Chris Musando in July 2017, as well as the killing of former electoral officer in Embakasi East during the August 9th general election.
Set up a commission of inquiry and make sure that whoever wanted to do that is taken to task. You know, when you bring up a commission of inquiry, there is nothing which will be left. You know, there will be no stone left unturned. Everything will be inquired. And I've said, extend it further to 2017. Can the president name and shame these people? Let him come out and say, so and so wanted to abduct Chebukati. Personally, I called Kibicho and told Kibicho to arrest Chebukati for bungling elections because we had evidence of elections being bungled. But they were not considered at the court.
Now, US First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is expected to visit Kenya in February. This is according to Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua. According to Mutua, Kenya is an attractive destination for foreign dignitaries owing to its democratic stance, which provides an environment that respects human rights and fundamental freedoms. And police in Kuria West, Migori County have launched investigations after a 61-year-old man died by suicide over alleged infidelity in Nyakekoma village. Kuria West Sub-County Police Commander Clete Kimayo said the deceased left behind a suicide note explaining the reason for his action. Kimayo added that in the handwritten note found at the scene, the deceased indicated that he resolved to take his own life because his wife had allegedly been cheating on him. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, let's look at the Thika Superhighway where traffic is actually not too bad this morning. We have a little bit of it touching on that junction from Outer Ring, heading out towards the CBD. Looking at coming out of Westlands, it's also building up there some. It's looking good on Mombasa Road, at least for now, flowing through. Not too much of an issue there. All right, where else might we see something today? Okay, so the Eastern Bypass had looked all right before, but now we're seeing as you're getting towards that AP Training College, it's going to clog up just a little bit. And then we're looking at Mombasa Road as well as you're heading out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Some traffic there, all your junctions, and then through towards the junction with Gong Road, heading out towards Haile Selassie. Jogo Road continues to pile up as it gets towards Landis and through to Kamkunji. And those are your usual suspects this morning. Nothing out of the ordinary, at least not for now. Let's keep it just so and talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hebu jitokeze, jionyeshe, simama.
Step up and shine with Kiwi, and all you need to do is go into any of your supermarkets this morning. Do it, guys. We've got 3 days until schools open. You might need it. We'll give you a week until after that, until the 7th of February. Buy 8 tin of the Kiwi Black Polish 100 ml or 80 ml. And then under the lids, as you purchase, there is a code which you will send to when you dial *459 *5#. You win instant airtime or bundles and then get a chance to enter into the weekly draw, which sees folks win 35,000 shillings. School fees. Good time to have it. Step up and shine with Kiwi.
How many more weeks to go?
2.
2 weeks to go.
Hold on. 3. To the 7th of February.
Okay. Yes. 3 weeks. Because you still have this week.
Yes.
You can still buy today and win.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. We have a guest in the studio. He is the CEO of the Universities Fund. We welcome him the way we welcome our guests, by him hearing the day's proverb.
Yes, and our proverbs for this week come from the country of Mozambique, known in Kiswahili as Msumbiji. A reflection does not see itself.
A reflection does not see itself.
Yes.
So who does it see?
The question is, does it see at all?
You
know,
and what are they saying? I mean, why go?
You know
for
how
reflection?
it is when you look at someone and you tell them, why are you looking at me? And actually the truth of the matter is that it is you who was doing the looking. Their eyes may be directioned or may seem to focus in your direction, but they may be looking behind you, for all you know. But it will appear like they're looking at you.
Okay.
They went all philosophical. It's basically a mganga hajigangi, kinyozi hajinyoi kind of proverb, is it?
That really, to put it very simply, that is precisely what it is.
Hey.
Very simply.
Mr. Geoffrey Monari is the CEO of the Universities Fund. Good morning, Geoffrey.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
That proverb from Mozambique, does it make sense?
A lot of sense.
Tell us.
It actually talks to the situation in the universities. Because
are they the mirror or the reflection?
I think it's time that we allow people to help our universities, because clearly what is happening and the trajectory we are going, we need, as you've said, Mganga Jigangi. The universities need to be sorted out, and it is us as Kenyans who should be able to do that.
To sort them out?
Yes.
Okay. Let's begin with definitions. The Universities Fund. Okay. What exactly is that institution, and what does it do?
The Universities Fund was established in 2016. That is when it was operationalized. And by the Act, it was established by the Universities Act of 2012. Its main mandate is to establish a maximum differentiated cost for universities so that they can be able to be given the funds that they are given. Number two is to also create a minimum differentiated remuneration package for the universities. Number three is to apportion funds, disburse, and also ensure there are conditional grants issued to private universities. Number four, resource mobilization for public universities in Kenya. And number five is to advise the Cabinet Secretary in charge of education on how to source funds, ensure that policies on financing university education are in tandem with the status of the universities.
Let's just go with that first one. Establish the maximum differentiated cost. And then the second one is establish the minimum differentiated remuneration. Explain those two.
The establishing the maximum differentiated cost of a program is to establish how much does it cost for each program. Because initially what was happening is that the government was funding all programs at 70,000. But we all know that programs do not cost the same, because there are programs that require more facilities. For example, the highest cost that we have in Kenya is dentistry, which costs at 720,000. The lowest
720,000 what?
Per year.
Shillings per year,
yes,
per student?
Per student. That is the cost of
training one dentist
per year. Training one student in Bachelor of Arts, which is the lowest, is 144,000 per year. Therefore, if a university has got more dentists, their training, it is expected that they should be funded more because the training is more rigorous, they require more equipment. The other programs in between, we have got 14 clusters, which include medicine, veterinary, you have law, you have Bachelor of Commerce, but as I said, the lowest is Bachelor of Arts at 144,000 per year. Yes.
How do you arrive at that?
You look at what you require, because the professor, how much the professor costs, how many do you require, how many technicians do you require per program, what is the cost of the reagents, for example, they use if that program requires, or the cost of the materials they use in that program, the period. We also cost the period in which a program takes, and other issues that come into play to be able to take through a student through a certain program.
Okay.
Yes.
That cost of the lecturer, is that where now you come with a minimum differentiated remuneration?
Yes. Now, the minimum differentiated, we are supposed to come up with that so that you have how much should you pay a lecturer at the minimum cost. Ideally, and this is work in progress, when you come up with a minimum, then in future you should be able to allow universities to pay the maximum they can afford. So that if you notice here, we are talking about the minimum, not the maximum.
Do not go below this. Don't pay a lecturer
don't
below
pay
this.
A lecturer below this
or
amount.
A technician. Or,
yes. So that the aim is to ensure that we stop these issues of perennial strikes. And we also encourage universities to be able to pay their lecturers at a certain amount they can be able to afford. This will encourage universities to be more competitive, because if University A is able to pay more, then you'll find that they can be able to attract the requisite staff and faculty that is required.
It's interesting, but I'm going to ask a question that has nothing to do with what we are saying here. Do we actually need all these universities that we have?
I don't think it's wrong to have all these universities. Why do I say so?
Mm-hmm.
The gross enrollment rate for Kenya, which is the highest in this region, is 11.7%. If you look at countries that were with us several years ago, like South Korea, they are now at 70%. The only thing that we need to do is that before we establish these universities, let's ensure that we have got the faculty and the finances to establish the universities. We should be able to disengage universities from just establishing because people have said that they need a university in a certain region, but we focus more on availability of faculty and finances.
But surely, Ndugu Monari, I thought that when universities were established and given accreditation, these are the things that are considered.
But the Commission for University Education?
Yes.
I would not talk for the Commission, but clearly you can see that we are struggling with the finances, because the faculty is an issue that we all know that the university lecturers and the staff are not enough. The ratio that is required for teaching staff globally is supposed to be 70% academic staff for any university and 30% non-academic. In our country, we have not reached that. I don't think there's any university that has reached that. So it clearly tells you that we still have to be able to make some progress. There's some progress to be made there.
Let me muddy these waters a little bit more.
Yes.
There is the product that we manufacture in the university. They're called students, and eventually they graduate, and hopefully they become productive citizens of the country. If we look at just the number of individuals, Kenyans, who graduate from universities and cannot find gainful employment or cannot fit into that bracket of people we refer to as, should we say, gainfully engaged. The word employment may not necessarily... See, it is for this reason. And I'm asking it because, yes, we have the universities, but then do the universities play the role that they actually should play? Instead of simply just ensuring that you have a human resource that exists, but are they a human resource that fits with the needs of the country? Because if, in my opinion, they fitted, these problems we keep discussing perennially about unemployment and blah, 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 they would be somewhat reduced, because it's like we have an abundance of people and we don't really know what to do with them.
You're spot on. I would not agree more with you, because we are schooled in this country to go to university so that you get employment, which is a big challenge. If you look at a normal graduate, it takes 5 years for a graduate to get gainful employment. But should that be the case? No. You should go to school so that you can be able to be human capital, so that you can be able to change the economy around you, be able to generate business, be able to do other things. It doesn't mean that you have to get employment. However, we have been schooled, and all of us, and that's why I'm still maybe in employment, so that you can be able to go to work. We need to change that narrative as a country, so that we can be able to go to school, not for employment, but to be more gainfully engaged in the society.
What better institution to change that narrative than our universities?
And that is where we need to discuss further. And I said that I do not agree more with you because I agree with more because currently as we are structured, we are structured to go to university so that we can be able to be employed. Yeah.
Are universities currently offering, and because let's look at now this market, whether you're going to go into the market as somebody who's going to build your own as an individual, these products that we're talking about, whether you're going to go into the market to build your own or you're going to work under the auspices of somebody else, the offering in an education, is the market then dictating what universities should offer? I say this because about a year and a half ago, we saw the purge, kind of. Maybe it was just in speech. And the question came about, why do we have universities that are offering up certain courses for which there's no uptake? So are universities currently offering courses for which there is market demand? Is the offering market driven, and should it be, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I think what we are doing, we are offering courses for the benefit of the universities, not the market.
And which one should it be?
We need to offer courses for national priority programs so that we need to ensure that we do studies and be able to gear our universities towards certain programs for a certain period. If, for example, we have done research and we need a certain number of doctors or ICT staff, for example, in the next 10 years, then most of the universities should be geared towards that. When you reach a certain period of time, more research should be continuing, and then you focus to another program. You may reach a point. I'll give you an example. There was a time in this country you would not find a math physics teacher. They were very hard. TSC was having a big problem. So everyone went to college, and that was the option they were taking. Now today, looking for a CRE teacher has become another problem. So where does this happen? It's because we are not programming ourselves, and no one is advising that this is what we should be able to do. These are now the national priority programs. Let us focus for a certain period, and after this, let us focus to this other program based on what we actually require for the market.
That's one ministry called the Ministry of Education, and one employer called the Teacher Service Commission. And then
to set the policy,
the teacher training colleges and the universities. Those are the ones who know these are going to be our needs for teachers in the next number of years. We have teacher so-and-so, Siti Muga, who's a teacher for literature, and he will be retiring in 3 years' time. We will need a replacement for literature teacher. If the TSC is not communicating that to the teacher training colleges and the universities, But let me bring the conversation back to funding for a bit. We've had conversations here with the several vice chancellors of universities and even university academic staff unionists. Professor Romanas Odhiambo was here, a very energetic man, Meru University of Science and Technology vice chancellor. And also you've had a conversation with the VC of the University of Nairobi. The issue of how much it's costing them to train for their programs and how much the university's fund is sending to them to train a student. The conversation was many years ago that you should at least be financing 80% of the differentiated unit cost per program, but you're only sending 20% of that money. And the universities are now stuck because the policy is that the student will finance 16% or thereabouts. That is money coming from HELB. Then they have a gap of where to get the rest of the money to finance the training of this one student. What is this issue all about? Why are you able not to do the 80%?
This problem started in 2016. Before 2016, the universities had many clients. In 2016, the NEC, that is the Kenyan National Examination Council, was able to tighten its surveillance, and we saw also the number of students who are going to university dropped drastically from 126,000 to 66,000. When this happened, the universities did not have clients. And the number of universities had grown. That was one thing that affected universities. Number two, for many years, many employers used to allow their staff to go to the university, and after you go back to work, you are given a promotion or an increment. The employers realize that it's becoming very expensive because the papers do not resonate to actual work. Because getting a master's, or if you do not have a degree, if you go to university, you come back, some of this was not translating to more efficiency. So when these policies by employers were actually stopped and they said we are now looking at productivity, many people who are working and did not have education stopped going for university, for further study. So you can see these two areas, there was a reduction in the number of clients. So now what happened at the same period of time? 2012, the universities were increased by 12. There were 12 new universities. So the capacity increased. However, the clients have reduced. The funding remained the same. Between then and now, the numbers have increased. However, the funding from government has not increased at the same rate.
This is the budgetary allocation for higher education.
For higher education. We started giving, in 2017-18, we were giving, the fund was giving 66% of 80% of the DUC. However, as the numbers increased and the amount remained the same, we have now reduced to 48.11%. That is for public universities. For private universities, initially what was agreed upon due to the shortage of capacity, it was at 70,000. This has now reduced to 44,000 per student who is placed by government in a private university. So what we are saying is that the increase of students is not in tandem with the available funding. However, that is not the end. We have given proposals on how we would be able to come out of this. We are proposing, there are three options. Number one, we increase fees. Because the last time
this
fees...
is the household contribution.
Yes.
How much a student is paying from their pocket.
Yes. The last time fees was increased was 1990. And fees remains at 16%. Initially, Vice Chancellors proposed that we increase this to 48,000. Now they are saying that if it can go to 24,000, it is agreeable. However, from our perspective as the Universities Fund, we believe that due to the current status of the economy, it may not be the right time to increase fees. The other option is to go back where we were, where you put a cutoff of, let's say,
allow more students to go to university, as in lower the cutoff.
Yes, lower the cutoff, so that you have maybe a B plus going to university and above instead of the current C plus, so that you fund using the available funds. That has a problem because many of the students, if you do research, if where we come from, students from, let's say, Nyakongo High School, Loingalani Secondary School, who get C+, those are A students if they were given the opportunity to go to good schools. Therefore, you shall deny them financing and they cannot go to private schools. The best option would be, and that's what we are proposing, is let us start giving funds based on the level of need of these students. Because if you go now to the universities, or if you look at what is happening, most of the students who are able to succeed and go to universities, a good number, come from private institutions, and they pay a huge amount of money, 200,000-300,000 per term, and yet government is spending
the same amount of money for that student.
Yes, indeed,
as
the
it's
university
spending for the Nyakiongo secondary school student.
Yes. So then when they go to university, it becomes a challenge. This same student has got facility. He can come with by the way, the student drives to school. comes with a laptop, has got an iPad, can do research. They do very well. Yet this other student cannot even afford a smartphone. If they are told to do research, they cannot be able to afford. And remember, when all these students come out, you'll never know where they came from. If you go to a doctor who came from, for example, my village, what you see is a doctor. But what they have gone through is a lot. So we need to calibrate our system and ensure that we support those who really require. Let the ones who can be able to pay for themselves continue. We appreciate what they are contributing to this nation.
How do you know? How do you distinguish between, so this one, their need is up to 30%, and this one, their need is 70%? And this one does not need. Because this one came from X school, and it's a private school, and the school fees is this much. So this one does not need to get any funding for university. They should continue paying.
No, that is not what we shall be able to do. We will be able to look at their family background. We shall be able to ensure that we have a tool which continuously checks every year what the status is. And if, for example, your status changes, then you can be able to be supported. It doesn't mean that if you went to a private school, you would have lost a parent who was supporting you or a guardian. Things can be able to change. So it is a continuous process where we can be able to establish who really needs these funds and how do we support this student. Yes.
Let's take a break. At 7:30, Geoffrey Munari is the Chief Executive Officer of the Universities Fund. This is the body that determines how much funds go to the universities for each program, for each student. And these are the ones who are answerable for those conversations that we've been having before on why is it that government is not funding universities, and now they're talking about raising school fees for individuals when they're going to universities. The man is here to answer the questions and also tell us the way to go, the way for the future. What can we do to rescue public universities from the current financial crisis? Tell him about Minute Maid City and why we are offering him Minute Maid now when he's taking a break.
Well, there is an R word, and it isn't rest, it's refreshing. One of the things about the Minute Maid is when you drink it, there is a certain activity that it engages your taste buds in. And it's virtuoso. You suddenly find that your taste buds are not quite what they are. And at the end of that sip, you have this moment. And you wonder why you didn't drink this more often.
No, choose which one you want. We have Minute Maid apple, we have tropical, we have mango.
The apple looks juicy.
It's going to give you the virtuoso. It's 28 minutes to 8. Let's take a quick break to take a look at the traffic and weather. We'll be back shortly to continue this conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of
Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, going to highs of 28 and lows of 15. It's 14 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 28 in a sunny Nyeri at 11. It's also 11 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 32 in a cloudy Mombasa at 27. It's 27 and sunny in Malindi, highs of 31, and 30 will be the high in Kisumu, where it's mostly sunny at 18. It's 17 and sunny in Kakamega, highs of 32. Looking out into Kampala, the sun is up at 18, highs of 29. 32 will be the high in mostly cloudy Dar es Salaam this morning at 26, and it's 18 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 28 and lows of 18. Clear at 25 now in Lagos, highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 30 in a cloudy Kinshasa at 26.
Spice up your life.
All right, so we're looking at this whole area of Naivasha Road going out towards Gitanga and then connecting there with James Gishuru, busy as you spill over towards Wayaki Way. And there's traffic coming in on the Thika Superhighway past the KCA University and then into the city. Kiambu Road busy now, and now is when Limuru is starting to pack up. So looking at traffic there. Going out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout and then out towards Haile Selassie at the junction, it's also busy. You'll be at a bumper-to-bumper place for some time. The roads that connect to Outer Ring, some busyness here. At North Airport Road going out towards the Eastern Bypass, it looks busy now. Manyanja, also busy. It's going to connect with Jogo Road as well as Lunga Lunga for some traffic there, so watch out for that if you're heading in that direction. Not too bad this morning. Let's keep it just so. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there as we attempt to keep things moving this morning.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The CEO of the Universities Fund. So we know that the single largest budget item in this republic is education. Free primary education. There's secondary education that's paid, free day secondary education. There's some support that's given to those in boarding secondary. And then when you go to university, there's still support that comes from government. Every student in a public university gets some money paid for them by the government every academic year, and some private universities as well. Am I right, Jeffrey?
We don't give money to private universities. We give money to government-sponsored students.
Government-sponsored students in. There are some students in public university, in private universities,
yes,
that get support from the government.
Yes.
Now the question has been, how much money is actually this support? How much is it versus how much it costs to train you in whatever program you're taking in a university versus how much you're paying out of pocket, and this is how much you then go to apply from HELB and the rest, versus now the universities and how much money they have. And just before we took the break, you were saying there are various options that you are proposing, and one of them that you're proposing, in fact, we even had the president talking about it when he had that joint press conference, was look at a student's capacity to pay school fees at university level and distinguish. This one is able to pay up to 80% of how much money is required to train them. This one is able to pay up to 20%, and then sponsor the one who, according to their needs. So you'll have now different school fees being paid by individuals in universities.
Yes, because it's based on their level of need, and that will be able. We're actually bringing what is called equity.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Will it increase the differentiated unit cost contribution from the government so that some students are actually receiving 80, 90%? 100%?
Yes, what we shall be able to do, there are students who may not pay any fees at all at the university based on their level of need because they cannot afford. But there are students, I'm looking at it, if you look at the model of Starehe, where you could find that students could be admitted, and there are some who are paying full fees, others never used to pay anything at all. So if you transpose that to universities, then you'll have students who are not paying anything. In fact, we'll even go further and ensure that if they are able to get a laptop and they are supported so that they can be able to get all the material. And then there are students who should be able to pay based on their level of need after we do an analysis.
But then, sorry, go ahead and do.
Okay, thanks, Titi. If I take a step back, the goal here is to have public universities funded, isn't it? putting money in the hands of students so that they can now access a university education. So, is there room for negotiation or bilateral agreements to take place between the fund, for example, and private entities? And I'm asking this because we see this model replicated in other parts of the world, whereby there will be a corporate who gives a certain amount of money year on year. It goes to the fund. The fund then knows how this will be distributed. It is named for the corporate, for example. There is the Dell Scholarship, and so they give a certain amount of dollars that goes towards 1,000 students until they graduate. But you know that money comes. There are partnerships that are done between university as institutions and corporates within the country and even outside, who then know that what we are doing here is that we are giving a certain amount of money so that the fund essentially is funded. Is there room for such kind of thinking? Is it something that can be done, or are we just not swimming in those waters?
Thank you. Actually, something that we are thinking of strongly, and we are even proposing that there should be tax incentives for such corporates in our country. Because if you look at areas where it is implemented, those companies give because they are tax incentives. There's something that they get out of it so that they're encouraged to give. We are proposing strongly that that is a model that we should be able to encourage, so that we have a single pot of receiving all the funds once all these institutions are able to be matched. Because what we have found, and is most interesting, there are students who are able to attract more money than others themselves.
Yes.
So you find a student has been given the grant that we give, goes to help and gets a full loan, goes to the county and gets a bursary, goes to the constituency, gets some money, goes to maybe a foundation or two. It could be co-op, it could be equity, gets money. And all that money is paid to the university. At the end of the day, some of them even get a refund. So as you say, how do we encourage to have a single pot? Then we distribute these funds based on what is actually required. And you'll be able to find that you can be able to give money to areas of, first of all, national priority, level of need, merit-based, because you'll encourage scholarships. For example, if students perform well in first year and going to second year, the ones who have performed well should be funded more. Those are things now, the dynamics that come in place. And you involve industry, because industry wants to be involved. But the challenge we find is that there is no structured way of involvement.
And that's your job.
And that is a job that we want to ensure that we do.
No, that's your mandate, not what you want to ensure. That is why you were established in 2016.
Yes.
This is what you should have done in the last 6 years.
No. This is what we are now implementing.
Yeah, but that's what you should have done. This is the job that you were given.
Yes.
When the university's fund was established.
Yes. And that is what we are implementing.
There's something I want to ask here. It's a three-pronged question. Huh? Now, let me start with what is important. You are talking about getting funds that will then go to the students, and hopefully in an equitable manner it will be based on the needs. Is there a conversation about those who are actually able to paying the full fees? Because there are parents who can actually pay fees. If it's $500,000 a year, whatever it is, they can actually pay. Because this very process that you're talking about would be assisted greatly if they were, because I get the impression everybody wants a loan. Everybody wants the university to pay. Everybody wants the government to pay. And yet, these very students were in schools where parents were paying fees. Some were paying even more fees than the university requires. Is there that conversation? Now, that's question 1A. Question 1B. There is this matter of the funds, and you get the funds from the government. I assume there's a budget, there's a way in which you look for funds and ask for more funds. Now, we've all acknowledged and agreed that there is a little gap that is growing day by day between what it is that we teach in our universities and what we ought to. So there's this research component. Is there a way in which the fund that you had can actually get more research money from the government? Because in the absence of research, this entire discussion that we're having here will not really go far. Because what are we talking about really? Where are the hard facts that will support the ideas that we have if we don't have a culture that is built on a continuum? And that can only work if your organization, the organization you had, also has adequate funding for just that research.
Okay, thank you. On the issue of conversion of this so that they can be able to pay this, we have made our contributions to the Presidential Working Party on education reforms so that we can be able to review the funding model to include this. And we hope that this will be considered so that the new funding model can be able to have that component of where students who are able to pay should be allowed to pay. That is something that we are in discussion with, and we have made our presentations. On the issue of research funds, it actually, the law says that 2% of the budget should be based and used for research.
However,
2%
this of 800 billion.
Yes.
Or 2% of the budget for higher education only.
Or 2% of GDP.
Of the entire...
No, of the budget for higher education.
Okay.
Yes. Because now there is an institution called National Research Fund, which carries out this mandate. However...
it does, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
However...
mandate.
This is their mandate. However, the funding that they get has not reached the 2%. I know that they are struggling with funds, and they got a substantive CEO just the other day. And I believe that now that they have a CEO, they'll be making progress, because even staff they did not have before. And I believe that this is something that needs to be worked on. And it's something that we have already put in place and proposed, that research is a very important component to be able to unlock many of the opportunities that are in the university sector. Because without research, then you find that we as a country are stuck. And that is why you find that we are net importers. Because research should be now followed by commercialization of that research. And research encourages innovation.
Sure.
Yes.
It does. As I sit here, already I can think of 5 different ways that would attract funding for universities. So a question would be, does the fund also then sit in advisory capacity to universities about other ways in which funding could come in? Does it do that?
Yes.
It does. Okay. I think of universities that are renowned in the country, outside, globally, for what they do. And the different things that they can then attract because of their expertise, whether it is in the sciences, whether it is in the research, whether these institutions are known as arts schools, whether they're known as science schools. So then they attract funding because of the expertise they're now able to offer to their students. So they do several things over time. There will be events 4 times a year, for example, that people pay to come and attend and share knowledge. They are paying directly to the university. It allows them to do very many things. Because there are these specialized institutions, they're able to attract minds to come sit, talk about research and development, talk about the evaluations and findings, and then have a place where people will come back and share. They attract hundreds of millions in terms of dollars on a yearly basis because of this kind of thing. Is there such thinking? And I feel that there's a lot of planning and talking, but the actual putting pen to paper and having the conversations about moving and driving these things are not happening. And that is why we have this perennial problem year on year, because it's just not being done. The ideas are not being put to life.
I assure you that we are working on that. And what we are doing, we are revising our funding model to bring in performance-based funding, which will now bring in what you are proposing. How does this happen? When we bring in performance-based funding, we shall be challenging universities. And part of the amount of money they'll be getting from government will be a percentage of that, will be based on their performance on various parameters. Number one, it could be on the employability, let's say, of your graduates. That could be one of the indicators. Number two, national priority programs would be that. Number three, centers of excellence.
Right.
We want to ensure that we create centers of excellence in our country. We want to take back Egerton to be an agricultural university.
Tailoring.
We want to ensure Jomo Kenyatta, which was put up and it was a science-based university, we fund them more based on those programs.
Education.
It was agriculture and science. Yes.
That is what we want to focus on. For example, Meru University of Science and Technology, we want them to have a niche in a certain area.
Dedan Kimathi,
we have already seen what they are doing, electrical. So that when you think of going to a certain program, you don't scamper around town looking for a university. In your mind, you just know that if it's telecommunication, I'll go to multimedia.
Yeah.
That is where we should be as a country. It is not about the number of students that you have. It is about the niche that you will have and specialization and becoming a center of excellence. Because we allowed universities, and I want to commend what you saw our cabinet secretary and the president proposing. For example, TVET colleges now will be required to have more STEM programs, that is 80%, than the business-related programs. This will ensure that we really have the TVET programs. Universities should also be geared towards that. And what will happen is a performance-based. So we'll fund them based on those programs that they are offering. If you offer other programs, then don't expect funding from government.
But Monari, there's something that the president has confirmed that the government is going to do. And this is merge the universities fund, the Higher Education Loans Board, and the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement System into one. And there was a lot of misunderstanding and hue and cry from the public on, okay, you're doing away with HELB. What do you mean? You're doing away with CUSP. So how do we go to university? What exactly is the plan?
The merger that has been proposed is between actually the University Funding Board, Higher Education Loans Board, and the TVET Funding Board.
Okay.
This merger will bring a bigger and better institution which will encourage efficiency, which will bring all the funds together, because right now, and as I said, I gave an example where students are getting funding from various sources, but these sources do not know that they are funding the same student. So what will be required going forward is that all the funding will be going to this new institution, which was proposed to be called the National Skills and Funding Council. Once that is done, then policies and the efficiencies can now kick in, because you can be able to identify students and fund them more efficiently. You don't have to go to various institutions to get funding. The universities and the TVET colleges can be able to be looked at as one unit, and ways of resource mobilization for these institutions can be one. For example, we can be able to lobby for tax rebates for these institutions. We shall be able to create an endowment fund for these institutions, because currently, and there are people who are willing to give back because they went through the institutions, their corporates are willing to give back, but there is no structured way of giving fund. We'll create an endowment fund which will be able to be accountable to Kenyans on how we are able to fund these institutions.
So what happens? What happens to the people who would like to apply for loans from HELB?
They'll continue.
They'll apply from the same.
Yes.
So this institution will be looking at a student that's been placed at the University of Nairobi to study law. And then they decide how much money they're giving to the University of Nairobi for the student. And then the student applies for the extra from the same institution.
Yes. Because we are going to be funding students, not the university.
Not the university.
Focus should come from the university to that ensures that the universities must become more competitive.
Yes, they should. This conversation about STEM, TVETs being TVETs, agricultural colleges being agricultural, do I understand the conversation to lean towards an emphasis or a high percentage of emphasis being on the core subjects for which the institution was intended? Or are we saying that this, but also at the exclusion of all the other subjects, like, say, the humanities and what have you? What exactly are we saying?
What we are saying is that we are not excluding anyone. We are saying that we are focusing on programs that we do not have manpower.
Okay. Explain focus.
Focus means this. In this country today, if you look for a qualified plumber or an electrician, there are very few. What we find are
mason.
people, yes, or a mason. What we find is that people who have learned on the job, they have no certificates. What the government is doing is to ensure that these people who want to go to those programs are properly financed, so that when they come out of there, we do not have the challenges we currently have in some industry, for example, manufacturing, building, so that you have people who have gone to school and learned those actual subjects. We are not saying that humanities is not important.
It's in the institutions.
Yes.
Because, for instance, if Ednah now becomes a purely agricultural college, a university, are we saying that, yes, the emphasis will be on agriculture and everything related to it, agricultural science, but what about the other subjects? Will the emphasis be reduced or will they be eliminated? That's what I'm asking.
What we are going to do is that the emphasis will be reduced because we'll be funding more based on... There are definitely universities that will be based on humanities. For example, KU. We all know KU has done very well for teachers over the years, and we'll continue funding them. So it doesn't mean... But what we are saying, we are creating a center of excellence for certain universities, so that you know that if I want to go through a certain program, this is the university go to. Yeah.
Utalii and Pwani will deal with what's it
Probably marine science.
Blue economy.
Yeah, blue economy. If you go to Taita Taveta, they're already doing mining. Those are now the things. Top of the mind university. You want to know, where do I go?
Okay. So back to the issue of the mergers. If this were to be implemented, you said the focus then moves into the student and the student going in there. Would it help then if we say let's allow more students to go to university at that point? Because we still have just about 16% of people who sit KCSE going to university.
Yeah, and that, you see, what will happen is that when you focus on the student and you focus on giving them adequate funding, then it means more of them will be able to go to the university. Unlike now, where you are funding others more and others less. So the bag that you'll have will be able to fund more students, which will encourage more students to go to the university. And the ones who are able then can be able to pay themselves. So the pool becomes bigger. The number of students who will be admitted to the universities will grow, and will move from the 11.1% gross enrollment to where we envisage. We envisage as a country by 2030 to be at 40%. You can see we are still far. But I believe that if these measures are put in place, 40% is not very far.
How soon until these universities, all of them, get out of the current dire financial situation they're in?
Currently, the universities owe 51.1 billion. And if you look at the budget...
You only hustler fund.
One fund. Such as yours.
Yes. If you look at the budget alone for education this year, it is at 105 billion. So that means half of the money that they owe is actually what was budgeted for this year. I believe it is not going to be an easy task. It may take up to 5 years. But the most important thing is not how long it takes. Can we stop digging deeper?
Yes.
Initially. You see, if we plug the holes and stop sinking, then we are making progress. That should be our priority right now. Once we stop, then from there on, we can grow slowly and ensure all the debts are paid. It pains me when a lecturer from a university leaves employment after 50 years of employment and they cannot get their pension.
Yeah.
It is really a painful thing.
Just because the university was not even remitting
Yes.
Even to their they don't have money anywhere.
Yeah, it is a painful thing. You can imagine you're retiring at 70 years because professors retire at 70 years. And that is when you are at your prime. In fact,
yes. Anyway, thank you very much, Geoffrey. Geoffrey Munari is the CEO of the Universities Fund. He's been here talking to us about what it will take for us to see universities, public universities, getting rescued from the financial crisis, and the future of looking at how best to fund universities and to fund different students going into university. Asante sana, Geoffrey, for coming.
Thank you very much.
Come again soon.
Thank you.
Have a lovely one. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Before I go with this.
Spice up your life.
This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The spouse of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and the Inspector General of the National Police Service Javed Koome have agreed to partner in offering rehabilitation for police officers in their line of duty. Speaking after meeting with the IG in his office, she said her office is committed to offering the service to police officers whose lives are affected by drugs and substance abuse. Pastor Dogricus also emphasized that her office will organize mass weddings for the police in conjunction with the police service to encourage strong and stable families and the growth of the family values and consequently reduce cases of stress and depression in the service.
The other one is the chaplaincy, where we can have counseling and psychologists coming into various institutions so that we can be able to see how we can speak into their lives. We can be able to counsel them so that you get a person out of hopelessness and give them hope. This chaplaincy and family value becomes something that will go deep into every area, because even your police have families, and family value installation, it's not only at the church level but also to the places where we are serving. We want to bring service to you.
And Judiciary Chief Registrar Ann Amadi has challenged 5 newly appointed directors joining the Kenya Revenue Authority Board to advance the nation's interest in their new capacities. Amadi said the appointees are duty-bound to formulate measures that will protect the country's economic stability. Darshan Shah, Wilkista Simiyu, Fancy To, Michael Kamau Kamiru and Sami Ibrahim were appointed to serve for a 3-year term. Speaking after the swearing in, Amadi said the task at hand was challenging and that making decisions that would undoubtedly have an impact on Kenyans requires sobriety, integrity and high level of professionalism. And Dagoretti North Member of Parliament Beatrice Elachi has called on the national government to issue land titles belonging to public schools in Nairobi, a move she stated will prevent land grabbing. Speaking during a press conference, Elachi raised concerns over a piece of land belonging to Lavington Secondary School, which she alleged has been grabbed, and a non-developer has already erected a construction there. The legislature vowed to deal with land grabbers in her constituency, saying it is leaving schools and students disadvantaged and without even enough playground. Elijah spoke shortly after issuing bursary forms to her constituents. And the betrayal of the attempted murder in baby Sagini's case has been set for the 2nd of March this year. Senior Magistrate Christine Ogweno further ordered for the mental well-being of baby Sagini to be looked at, further advising Kenyans to avoid reporting any information that would infringe on his rights. 3 individuals charged appeared before Senior Magistrate Ogweno. The cousin, grandmother and mother to the victim are said to have colluded in the cruel plot that saw Sagini's eyes gouged out.
The court reaffirms the need and importance to protect the privacy of the minor's hearing. As a result, the media and all social media users are directed to avoid coverage that would in any way infringe upon the privacy.
And a 47-year-old man from Kagwamba village in Gatundu, North Kiambu County is in custody after he allegedly impregnated his 15-year-old daughter. The father of the 3 is said to have been habitually enjoying sex with his biological daughter, during which he could entice her using all manner of conduct. The minor put to bed on December last year. According to the minor's mother, she started suspecting the 2 owing to their husband's fishy behavior and occasional outings with the daughter. After a series of suspicions, the divulge issued to the husband, who threatened to take action against her if she dared to disclose the ordeal.
Kuna siku nilishuku, lakini babake akaniuliza, sasa unataka unipeleke jela? Mimi hii mambo, sababu babake anakuanga na ukali, nikanyamazia.
Mimi nilishikwa ni baba yangu na akaniambia nisiseme hii mambo kwa sababu nikisema naweza kufa, na sikusema hiyo mambo, lakini hapa mwisho nilikuja nikaambia mama yangu.
Mpaka tarehe 8 mwezi wa Disemba ndio tulijua mtoto ako na mimba.
Furtherfield and Ukraine's interior minister was among more than a dozen people killed in a helicopter crash outside Kyiv, with allies promising endeavors they are set to provide heavier weapons to the war-battered country. Ukraine did not claim direct Russian involvement, but President Volodymyr Zelensky said the tragedy was a consequence of the war. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so we're looking at some traffic on North Airport Road heading out towards the Eastern Bypass. Spilling over to Outer Ring will not be too much of an issue. But looking at Jogo Road and Lunga Lunga, parts of Likoni, still busy as you're getting out towards many parts, touching on the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, coming through to Lusaka and then connecting with the Southern Bypass. So that still continues to be busy. We're looking at traffic on Langata Road as well as a little smidgen of traffic on the Southern Bypass. It's busy on the Thika Superhighway coming into town. And we're also looking at it busy on Kiambu Road, a little bit of it coming out of Westlands as well. Very busy around Limuru Road and going out towards Ruaka, actually coming in then through towards the village market. The Northern Bypass has quite some traffic on it as well this morning, getting past 8 o'clock. Busy, busy, busy. Keep an eye on things and keep safe. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there as we try to keep things moving.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
The conversations continue. Ndu,
yes.
This money that people are winning for school fees from Kiwi, is it for school fees for university, secondary, primary, private, public?
Yeah.
What? Oh, is it
school fees?
Unalipa school fees. Sasa ni yako ama ni ya mtoto?
School fees. Sasa when they say you've won the school fees, you say
You'll
which
tell them
school
the
is
school.
it? Then they will pay the 35,000 to the school fees.
So it can be also university.
School fees, Baba.
Even TVET. School.
They didn't specify the institution.
They said school.
Kind. They said school.
So if you are actually also in university now, you're doing your Ngumbaru, you can win and pay, and they pay for you.
So you can step up and shine even in university.
Right. Okay. How much? 35,000 shillings.
Exactly. You go to a supermarket, even a university.
You go to university.
You go to a supermarket
kiosk.
You buy Kiwi black, Polly, right? And then on the lid, you'll see this yellow sticker and it will tell you to dial *459 *5#. Inside, you will enter a code, which you'll find under the lid. And then you know what? You will get airtime and bundles rather, immediately. Thereafter, you will enter the draw to win this 35K.
Yeah? Wow. That's the way to go. That is the way to go. Make sure that you do that as well. Multi-choice on DSTV and GoTV. DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel
8.
That's where John Alanamu appears on Maisha Magic Plus every Sunday from 8 p.m. with his brand new series, a true crime documentary called The Last Door, looking at what has happened and also looking at cases that have happened, cases of, crime, things that happened that you don't know what exactly took place. And then, you have family members that he talks to lawyers, he talks to investigators, he talks to neighbors, he talks to friends, he talks to people who are involved and close to the people who maybe disappeared or were found dead or were murdered in wherever they are, or they died under mysterious circumstances, or some mysterious crime that just took place.
Yep.
Maybe he'll tell us about that one of these athletes from Canada and Mexico. And this whole drama of I don't know who did what, hired a car, strangled who,
didn't try
asked
to
for
kill
money,
the other.
didn't try to kill, or wanted to land. And that one needs the last door. It does need the last door. We have a new guest in the studio, Eric Theuri, the president of the Law Society of Kenya. As we always do, we want to welcome him by first giving him the day's proverb.
Yes, the proverb this whole week have been from the country of Mozambique, known in Kiswahili as Msu Mbiji. It's interesting. There was a gang of hoodlums somewhere in Western Kenya. Most were in Vihiga County, to be specific. Were called Angola Msumbiji. Just so that, just as a by the way.
Oh, for real?
Yes, for real. They were called Angola Msumbiji. That was the full name.
Mozambique.
Yes. That was the full name. Abbreviated, it was still Angola Msumbiji. A reflection does not see itself.
A reflection does not see itself.
No, it doesn't. I mean, there are discussions around it, and with definitions of reflection, seeing, self. Point is,
reflection
doesn't see itself.
Doesn't see itself.
It's you who sees the reflection, and then you can assume all things on behalf of the reflection.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Mr. President, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation on this side of the year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. How are you doing?
Very well.
All right.
Very good to have you here.
Thank you for inviting me.
We want to discuss something that you've been talking about as the Law Society of Kenya. And let me just quote from your tweet. You said that advocates across the 8 LSK branches will hold a peaceful protest on the 20th of March. No, a peaceful protest march on the 20th of January. That's from tomorrow. Against delays, inefficiencies, and collapse of service across the land registries. Members of the public are invited to join. Routes and details will be shared. And people are wondering, okay, so you are demonstrating because of collapse of services and inefficiencies at the land registry. What exactly is happening?
Just exactly what the tweet says.
Collapse of
services.
Okay.
You see, land first is a factor of production. And when you have a piece of land, you have several rights that you are given on that piece of land. You can use it as collateral. You can use it for construction. You can sell it. And all those are constitutionally guaranteed rights. So by virtue of you having a title or a piece of paper conferring to you a title over ownership of land, it gives you those rights. And they should be available to you as and when you would want to use them. That is why when someone invades your piece of land, you go to the police and they come and remove him, because you are the only person who is entitled to use that land. Now, who's the custodian of those of the documentation? It is the ministry. So the ministry should be able to facilitate the landowner to use his land in any way he deems fit, as by law guaranteed to him by the ownership of title. So the situation we're having is that, for example, in Nairobi and also in other registries across the country, is that you cannot be able to conduct a search. So all transactions begin and end with a search. So if it will take you 2 months, 3 months to conduct a search, it
Just to
basically
establish
means
that this land
actually belongs to yes,
and he wants to sell it to me.
And he wants to sell it to you.
And it's a piece of rock.
Yes.
Mr. Theory, I'd like to explain this. What do you mean you cannot conduct a search?
I'm saying it takes so long to conduct a search.
How long?
2 months, 3
What?
months. In Nairobi, it can even take you 4 months, 5 months. That's a reality.
Okay, tell us. If today I wanted to do a search,
yes,
what is the process?
You, of course, fill in the normal forms for conducting a search.
Where do I get the forms?
They are online. They are even on the ministry's website.
So I go online, I download the form.
You go online and download the form.
Okay.
And you print the details that are required and you take it to the registry.
Okay.
So if you are going to a registry outside Nairobi, you will be doing this manually. If you want to do it in a registry in Nairobi, you'll be doing it digitally. Now that's where the problem begins.
Digitally in Nairobi, how do I do it?
You're supposed to log in on Addisasa. You go to the portal. You indicate that you intend to do a search. First of all, there is a process of registration and all that. Then you indicate you want to do a search. And then you fill in the details and you submit.
Okay.
And then the process of waiting starts.
So in the interim, after you filled in everything, what are they supposed to do? What is the system supposed to do?
The system is supposed to communicate with you, check their records, and then confirm that actually this land belongs to Muga. And tells you it does, and then you continue with the next transaction.
Okay.
But when it cannot communicate with you,
then you're stuck at that point
you're
of
stuck
application.
at that point, at the point of application. And you see now, because ideally the ministry in Nairobi is supposed to be online, it basically means, and there's no other alternative to be able to
physically.
You cannot go physically, then you're stuck.
Sure. Before we even get to, the issues that this will obviously cause, or that has already started causing, what would be the reason why this system would not work as prescribed? Why? What could be wrong? A bug in the system? I almost hear you saying that there is determined manipulation. Why would it not work?
It's so much a question of design flaw, because the ministry is the custodian of records. But unfortunately, and this is now the problem that is also across the country, those records, most of them, have issues. So there are places where there are records which are missing. There are places where, for example, let me give you a very good example. If you've been allotted a plot by the Nairobi City Council, they'll give you the plot. They are the ones who knows where the plot is. They'll give you the plot, and then you will go to the ministry and they'll issue you the title once the county government has done its process. Then you have a title. So for the ministry to be able to put the title on this system, they have to develop what is called a cadastre map. A cadastre map means that they come to the ground and they take the actual coordinates. So that when they put it on the system, it is actual land that you can actually, when you're searching, see it virtually on the system by the coordinates. And if you put in the coordinates on Google, it should be able to take you to that land. Now, the problem here is this, that a lot of land has been given by the county government, of course, the predecessor Nairobi City County, and the two systems have not been interlinked.
The county system and the national ministry system
have not been interlinked. So for the ministry to verify that this land actually exists, it requires the county government, which knows where that land is located, to actually go on the ground and verify. Those survey maps, but verify now for them to be able to develop a cadastre that can be uploaded onto the system.
Okay.
So now what that tells you is, and this is the situation that you're seeing, you find someone who already maybe has a loan and it has been charged and he has finished paying, and the bank is willing to give him additional facilities on his land. When he goes to the ministry tells him, wait a minute, we can't transact on this land because we are unable to verify that it actually exists because the cadastre map that we have has not been updated to fit into the digital platform. So you wait, we are communicating with Nairobi County to be able to do that. So what was happening, Nairobi County is not part of the system. They don't have a budget for developing the cadastre. So you are stuck.
Should, right, okay, Mr. President, the former CS told us when this was being launched, the day she was giving a presser about the launch of this system, she was here in the morning. She told us that she mentioned something to the effect of that they were continuing to make sure that all these systems were plugged in, making sure that when people came in, that then they would be able to do the very things that you're saying today they cannot, right? And she said the reason why it would be frustrating for some folks is because people still wanted to do the underhanded thing of passing money under the table, and people did not want to go through a digitized system. She said, okay, the remaining kinks, we are working on them. How is it possible that something so huge, in the manner of which you are discussing, was overlooked or not paid attention to on the matter of budgets? How?
Don't you get the impression it was actually paid attention to? That's why it's not working.
I'm actually deliberately asking this question in an almost naive manner because I want to be explained to like a child so that I can understand.
I mean, it's a question that baffles all of us. And we've had extensive discussions with the Ministry of Lands, I mean, over this period as they were introducing all these things. And we've had a lot of discussions around some of these very technical areas, as you are saying. And of course, government is one to promise, of course, we'll put the resources, we will do that. But ultimately, I mean, if you look at it, the biggest loser beyond the members of the public is also the government because it is unable to collect revenue. Yep. And then secondly, the president has been going about, the country talking about affordable housing and all that. But affordable housing is actually a concept that is supported by the private sector. So for the private sector, they must be able to first access a loan, build, sell and transfer, and in the process of sell and transfer, and to be able to pay back the loan.
Yep.
So which developer would go to the bank, buy, get a loan, develop, get potential purchasers who are all waiting on the line, and then he is unable to complete the transfer process.
Yeah.
So it is frustrating business. So everyone who is in unless it is government backed and government guaranteed, will have a problem because they know eventually they would be unable to transfer those properties to the rightful owners, and that will frustrate their ability to repay the loans. So that is actually the kind of challenge that we are talking about. That when you take a property, perhaps to a lawyer to give you advice as an investor, he will tell you, please hold. Because if we begin this process, we would be unable to complete it.
It'll take us 4 to 6 months just to get a search result and then continue with the process.
Yes, and then even eventual purchasers will have a problem.
With transferring.
And I'm sure you've seen it in the press. A few instances of people having purchased properties offline and have been conned.
Yep.
Now this confusion within the system, and sometimes you are looking at it and thinking like, if I don't buy this property, I'm going to lose this investment. It's perhaps partly contributing to people losing money through these guys who are coming up with extremely ingenious and very attractive schemes to sell pieces of land and to construct, and people buy off plan, and then they get duped.
So Eric, the full digitization, rollout of Arthisasa started in Nairobi. And this is why we are seeing the main issues, because Arthisasa is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Is this replicated across the country? Because you said the other registries, you actually go and you can file manually. So are there delays in those other parts of the country where you submit your application manually?
The problem with RDSASA, other than the system then not working, is because the RDSASA platform doesn't have also all the titles because of gaps in the documentation of those titles. So the problem that you face in other registries across the country is almost same, only that you're now going there physically, but you find that the documentation is wanting. So if you go and you find that you own a piece of land, but the file for that parcel is missing, then you cannot be able to transact on that parcel.
But isn't this what this system was designed to eliminate in the first place? That you didn't need to...
The process of digitization of land is to actually eliminate fraud and aspects of missing documentation at the ministry. Because at the end of the day, the people who mostly interact with these documents and parcel at the time of transfer would be advocates. So if the documents are if the documentation is wanting, then you see the process now that we have to go through of verification of a title is that you just don't get a search. You get a search, you go to the registry, you check the file, you check the previous transfers and the previous transfers just to be sure that this transaction is legitimate. So that we wanted, because this system was taking all that back to the ministry, who is supposed to do that, so that when they give you a search,
they have done everything.
They have done everything. And in law, a search is actually a warranty. If you get a search from the Ministry of Lands that this land belongs to Theuri, and you go and search and you find that it does not belong to me, and having relied on that search, you have lost money, then you go to the government for indemnity. That is what a search in law means. And so we were happy with this system because it will, go back, and if you want to do what you call a historical search, to see from the time this land was first registered, the owners and how it has moved to the current owner, you would be able to do that. And that is what now we have been forced as lawyers to engage in, and also purchasers have been forced to engage in. Now, it's no longer about, being told that we've been seeing Muga on this piece of land, he's been cultivating it for the last 2 years, we know him to be the owner, because that sometimes is not the real deal. You buy, and then several years later, the real owner shows up. And he says, I've been in the United States, been living there, and these are my documents, and this is the original receipt I used to pay for it. And then when that issue is looked at, you discover that Muga has been living on that land.
He's been a squatter.
But it's just, he went to River Road, got some documents, put them in the Ministry of Lands. When you went to do a search, you found that he's the owner. But much later, you actually discover that was a fraud. And the only way we can eliminate that is by having a system that gives you a guarantee that whatever it says, that is the true
That's
position.
the truth. Let's take a break because So tomorrow lawyers want to go on strike. No, not to go on strike. Tomorrow lawyers want to demonstrate
peacefully.
Peaceful march. Eric will tell us the route, and he's also encouraging other members of the public to join in that march because they're saying there are inefficiencies and delays at the land registries across the country. And he's saying from all the 8 branches of the Law Society of Kenya, lawyers are going to be doing this. So judges can take a break tomorrow. They can finish the other pending work. 29 after 8. We want to offer you some juice, Eric, because in every day, as you're very, very busy doing everything that you're doing, looking at all those, not cadavers.
Hey, those are doctors. The other lawyers.
These are the lawyers. There's what?
Cadastre maps. but occasionally we also participate in postmortem. So we are all rounded. Don't worry. We are in safe territory.
and inject some flavor into your system.
All right.
With Minute Maid juice. All right. So this is a Minute Maid break. We'll be back shortly. We are speaking with Eric Theory, the president of the Law Society of Kenya.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulwa, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together.
Got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys give more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on.
Yeah.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Kismuga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
So baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy.
Looking at 17 degrees and sunny conditions in Nairobi, highs of 28, 17 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 28 and lows of 11, it's 12 degrees, and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 27 in sunny Eldoret at 15. It is 27 and mostly cloudy in Mombasa, highs of 32 and highs of 31 in a cloudy Malindi, 21 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30 and lows of 19, and it's sunny at 20 in Kakamega, highs of 32 and lows of 15. Cloudy at 20, partly sunny in Kampala, highs of 29 and highs of 32 in Dar es Salaam, where it's cloudy at 27. It's 20 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 28 and lows of 18, and it's clear at 25, highs of 33 in Lagos. 30 will be the high in Kinshasa, where it's partly sunny at 25.
Chilled Spice.
Traffic is inching slowly out on North Airport Road. That's still heavy right about now. Jogo Road and that whole area, industrial area coming into Likoni and Lunga Lunga still continues to be busy. We're seeing some traffic along Langata Road, and it's going to touch on Raila Odinga Way as you get into the city coming in from Gong Road as well. Who's this? James Gishuru. Pretty busy as you then try to cross over Wayaki Way out towards Lower Kabete, and that whole Spring Valley area continues. Usual suspects this morning with traffic. Still in the middle of traffic hour. We're going to see what happens through the morning. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Society of Kenya is our guest. Eric, in the last 9-10 years, we've seen a lot of work being done at the Lands Registry. Started with the CS then, Charity Ngilu, saying, let's digitize. And in fact, young students from the universities were hired to go and do the digitization of records at the lands registries. And then it moved on, it moved into proper digitization with the launch of Adisasa. As that was happening, also the president was launching projects on, geospatial mapping across the country, working with the military and all, and looking at land. And all these were supposed to harmonize and make sure that all our records are clean and efficient. Now, explain why then would be where we are today. So what is it that happened when Ngilu closed the lands registry for a while for digitization, and then it was reopened, and then Farida Karone came up with the Arthisasa and launched the Arthisasa. What are those? What was happening?
I think the the problem that we have at the ministry also got to do with the sensitivity and the centrality of land to Kenyans. Each and every one of us inherently desires to own a piece of land, and so for a significant period of time, we've had a lot of challenges in terms of illegal and fraudulent transfers of land, and you want to imagine that therefore anyone who owns or holding on to property that has been fraudulently acquired would not be in support of this system. And some of them, unfortunately, happen to sit in extremely high positions of influence. So that's the first thing. The second thing is actually a legal challenge. Now, when you conduct digitization, as the ministry has attempted to conduct with ADISASA, and let's talk about ADISASA, you find that to effectively undertake that process, then you must, as what they have done, develop the cadastre map. But even as you develop the cadastre map, you must also go to the root, what we call the root of the title. So for this piece of land where we are standing on, it has a root. There was a time it was first registered. And then it subsequently moved from one owner to the other, to the other, to the other.
Subdivisions and all.
And all that. So there is a root. So when you get to the root and you discover, for example, and let's just say for purposes of this discussion, that this was government land, and that the process of acquisition of this land or conversion of this land from government to private was not followed, what are you supposed to do? So what the ministry is not telling you is that on such pieces of land, there is a legal question that has certain implications. Because the root of the title is shaky. And so therefore you cannot put it on the system. And this is the reason why you are seeing some of the challenges that are out here. That cannot come out from the ministry because they do not have a solution.
Why don't they have a solution?
Because they are people who already own that land in their private hands. But that land was previously government land, and the process of acquisition was not followed.
And you know very well, for that to have happened, there must have been some influential person who played a hand or two.
Yes. So how do you deal with that title?
And the ministry was involved.
Yes, the ministry was also involved.
Yes.
So how do you deal with that title? Because legally, in terms of the legal standing, that title, quote unquote, well, of course there has to be a court order to that effect, but is invalid.
How far back into history do you want to go with this subject?
Remember when C.S. Karonei was here at that time, she actually talked about this. There are very many pieces of land where you see this had initially been earmarked for a forest land, for future public use and public facilities, and then they ended up going into private hands. Or this was an entire ranch where there was a whole political conversation of let's allow people to come and live here. I mean, you were Kenya, that's what ended up. But then the process of formalizing it was not followed.
Okay.
And now those are the questions that were emerging. And she was saying, even at the point, that there were some that were not even getting into the ARTHISASA system because they were looking back and wondering, okay, so how do we regularize this?
What comes to mind, there was a time, there was a huge hoo-ha in the papers about some residences in the Langata area.
Yep.
And it was said then that this had been part of the Ngong Forest.
Yes.
Okay, now historically, even the Met Department was part of Ngong Forest.
Yep.
Okay, just so that if we can move ahead, all right? But more significantly, if you look at land that previously probably belonged to another government institution and was later put to other uses, some of it even useful. I'm thinking of Sunshine School on Langata Road. Prison land, formerly. Now, so when I ask how far back into history do you want to go, At what point do you say that perhaps this land was put to good use and it is beneficial to the citizenry? And at what point does the law allow such a thing to happen, even if there was some irregularity? Or is the law just black and white on this matter, where if the law was not followed, then forget about it. Let it revert back to factory settings.
I have a feeling this is why we established a commission and called it the National Land Commission.
Oh, God.
To make sure all of those things were streamlined.
Oh, yeah, to a certain extent. And then there now comes another challenge. The National Land Commission is not on ADISAS.
Good grief.
So NLC cannot see ADISAS.
No.
I mean, you see, NLC probably have their own system. This system that NLC has or is developing, and I understand they were developing, if I'm not wrong, I would not want to speak quite authoritatively on this because I'm not so sure what their status is. But what I know for a fact is that they are not linked.
So it's like the proverb.
Yes,
The
so
reflection
ideally, yes, that's what we were talking about. Ideally, if NLC has a system, that system should be able to communicate with the land system. It's just like what we were saying with Kanjo. For example, you have a piece of land. It is a residential use. You want to convert it into commercial. You go to the city hall. They give you
change of user.
Change of user. You go through the process, the legal process for change of user, and it is manual. Then the registration and the conversion of that is supposed to be done at the ministry, which is digital. So this system.
But the land ministry just knows this is residential.
Yes. And so now you take a physical form to the ministry for purposes of now conversion of that land
digital
to the user through a digital platform. I mean,
and the paper still remains.
Yes. So how are you supposed to? Because this system ought to be configured in a way that once Kanjo is done with the change of user, it automatically communicates with the Ministry of Lands, and that process is undertaken.
Madam President, when these ministries or state departments or state agencies want to digitalize, there's a process they follow in acquiring these services. And usually the people they get into the fold are capable, even have a track record of having done this work. Now, this process we're describing is not a complicated process, not really. Even for someone like me who doesn't understand ICT, it's not complicated. So, how is it that this not complicated process suddenly has all these complications? And yet there are human beings involved.
Maybe that's where the
complication comes in. The involvement of humans.
It actually boils down to the design. It boils down to the design.
And does it design itself?
Eric, I'm hearing you. From what I'm hearing you say, is that this was intentionally designed thus.
Not to that extent. All I'm saying is that if you design a system with a closed mind, without looking at other issues, then you have a problem. And why I say this is because it is not. We have consistently, during the design process, asked these questions. And all the time we told, we will have a designer and whatever. And if you ever talk to people in the Ministry of Lands, they will tell you that there are improvements that have been done on the ADISASA system that can actually be credited to certain lawyers. That this developer will remember that improvement we did on the system was actually proposed by lawyer so-and-so. And this one by lawyer so-and-so. And this one by lawyer so-and-so. And this one by lawyer and so-and-so. So we have fully supported this process in terms of digitization. But what has happened is that there are certain design flaws in the system, which we highlighted even before the system was put in. But because the ministry was in a hurry to push through this process and achieve a milestone, and you see the problem is that it has never been done this way in any other country. You move progressively, and even jurisdictions
How many years is progressively?
such as Britain, which have, resources and whatevers that are far much than the country has, they still proceed on a basis of manual and digital. I mean, you keep a hybrid system. You have a hybrid system. Now, why you have a problem, another problem again, is that the law as designed requires the ministry to also have a physical register. So in as much as you have a digital register, the law requires them to have a physical register. But that is something that the government, and we see government, because government is successive anyway, that the government has consistently refused to implement. Because they believe that if you have a complementary manual system, then it will compromise the digital system.
One.
But that is far from the truth, because that is what the law says. And when you have a challenge, where do you go back to?
You can amend the law if you see that this one, the law as it's written, can create a conflict, as they're saying.
And there's no conflict whatsoever, because when you go on a digital system and there is a challenge with the digital system,
you refer to
the manual.
And manual is easier to manipulate than the digital one, because you'll not have a footprint left. So thugs will go and manipulate the physical system. You can go to your Artisasa e-system all you want, as long as if the Msamakweli is the physical one and they've played with it, that's it.
It's not as easy as you put it. I think maybe someone may appreciate it that way. But you see, the problem that we have right now is that if you own a piece of land, and ask any person who owns a piece of land, do they know the historical information about it?
Can they trace the history?
Can they trace the history? Any person. I mean, you probably have a piece of land in Meru.
Actually, what I remember is there were these title deeds which were the size of this table, where you could actually, it was there. You could actually read, this is what happened in this year, this is what happened in this year. Do we still have those things?
Those are now what we call the GLA titles. And they are the registered GLA and RLA titles, which have a history.
Yes.
So when you transfer, it shows you.
So there are titles which don't have a history.
Yes, the most common, the Land Registered Act, Registered Act, the most common ones under RLA do not have the history.
Why?
So the history is in the ministry, in the form of the white cards and the green cards.
You'll go and seek now that.
So you go back to the register and ask them, supply me with a certified copy of the green card or the white card to be able to see the history of it. Yeah. So and that is where the problem begins. But when you have digitized that
entire process,
entire information, even if there is a manual, someone tries to change the manual document, they cannot interfere with what is in the system.
Yeah.
And it is what actually ensures and what defeats a lot of land grabbers is the historical. Because when you look at the history, this land was first registered in 1963. Then it was transferred to so and so, transferred to so and so. You find that someone, the landowner can come and say, look, it was registered then. I bought it from this person, and when I was buying it, these are the documents that I used, and these were the documents, and I have them, and I subdivided, and these are the receipts that were given, and I got this, whatever's. So on the basis of that, and because government always keeps those records, when there is a receipt, there is something, somebody goes back and is able to say, no, wait a minute, this land having been given then, could not a new process of allocation of this land that was done, 10 years later, could not have started.
Yeah.
So this new process, in as much as there is a new process of allocation, and it was followed, and there are some receipts and everything, is questionable, and that's how you cancel the first one.
What are you hoping is going to happen? I mean, there's the hope that you can, be really idealistic about, but then there's also the situation where you see if this doesn't happen, or that this will be the next course of action. What do you see happening with this? Because, my goodness, it's untold the things that could be. You can imagine if somebody's waiting for a search for 2 months, the things that can be happening while those 2 months, are elapsing, or 3 months, or whatever, however long it takes. The amount of money lost, the scams that could be going on in the meantime, untold. So what is the hope that will be happen? What loopholes are you hoping will be tightened? If we are saying that those who are in the system have knowledge of what is going on, who do we hope is going to change this?
We have written a very detailed memorandum to the ministry, and one of the first things that we have asked them to undertake, and also to undertake in conjunction with other critical players in the industry, is to conduct an audit of the system, so that we are able to independently establish what is working, what extent is it working, what is not working, and why is it not working, so that then, after the review of that process, we are able to say, this is where we are with the system. And we are not saying that ADISASA is a bad system. It's a good system. There have been transactions which painfully have been assisted to go through, and they have gone through. So it basically means that there is need for some honesty to be able to just say that this is working, this is not working. Can we work with this that is working? And where it is not working, can we have a complementary system to ensure that that is done, even as we look at the following milestones? And I say this because you know how it feels when you have a client, they are unwell, they require medical treatment. They have gone to the bank. The bank is willing to give them a loan. They have come to you so that you can register the charge, they get the money and go for treatment. And you keep chasing that transaction for months after months, and then that person unfortunately loses his or her life. And there have been not just one that I'm aware of, 2 or 3 occasions where people have actually lost their lives
as they wait
for
the system to serve them.
So the system is not serving the country. It is causing untold pain and anguish on Kenyans. And it's a time we have this honest conversation and say that where it is working, let us work with it. Where it is not working, let us have a complementary system as we move slowly towards full digitization.
I'm still at loss as to why a system that has been worked on, that has taken a while, and it's digitized, it's in very many cases automated, would have such long delays, if not for some deliberate cause of those delays. And that's why I want to ask, is there sincerity and honesty in every stakeholder who's involved here to see that our land registries are digitized, are automated, and they work that way? Do you think everybody wants to see that efficiency brought in? I mean, we talk about technology and technology increasing efficiency. And this is, if you just think about it, just the top of your head, that is what, when you hear, we are digitizing land records and all, you're just thinking efficiency, using technology. And then here we are, we're saying, in fact, let's even start considering going back into a complementary manual system as we fix. Why? What is it?
Let me tell you this, that the only place where there is dishonesty is at the Ministry of Lands.
Why?
Every stakeholder wants a digital system. Every stakeholder wants a digital system. Because to sit, there is, when you experience the joy of having to sit and undertake a process from end to end, and let me tell you why we say so. Because at every stage in a manual system, you know what happens. There is a file that is in in Office A
Yeah.
that is going through verification. Once it's finished with verification, it goes to a land officer. Once it finishes there, it goes here. Then it finally lands in the desk of a registrar to sign. So there are several processes that are undertaken. We live in this country, and you know that for every stage, there is a toll station.
Yep.
So if I can sit on my desk and submit my documents, and it goes through all those stages without a toll station, would I not want it?
And you know others have toll stations.
But there are others who benefit from the toll station.
Yes, and that is why we are saying that if there is any insincerity,
it would be there.
It would be
in the land
It
ministry.
should be in the ministry, but not
actually
on the stakeholders.
Actually, I'm of a different opinion, because we're assuming that all stakeholders are honest and that they will want an honest system. There are people who will do everything within their power to ensure the system does not work. Some of them are in your profession, some of them are citizens like ourselves, and so that ministry just serves our interest. So even as we cast aspersions, as we say in Kiswahili tunachangia, we are part and parcel of that whole setup. Because in the absence of that, and this is where what you and your society are doing is useful, is that you're saying, no, we are not putting up with this anymore. See, this is something you should have done earlier. It's something that you should have protested, because you actually have the might to do so. Every time we've had discussions of this nature where there's something the government wants to change for the better, a president says, let us clear all pending bills. Money is allocated. We're even told it is sent. If Miss opens for 30 minutes at midnight.
My fear, Eric,
Yes.
is as you raise the issues that you're raising now, lawyers will be out there, they'll be protesting tomorrow, it'll be, a huge publicity around it. This gives opportunity to other people to then come in and also hijack everything that you're raising. There will be people who come and say, you see, actually, Adisasa has very many chinks. Let's do this. How about we actually now come up with a system that works?
Yes.
We bring in a system that works. This Adisasa thing, it was locally developed. You see, that's a problem. Somebody else comes and starts that process again from scratch to benefit from.
With the new costs.
Of course.
New improved costs.
In the end, we, the taxpayers, will have spent more money trying to digitize the system, trying to create efficiency, but all we are doing is we are creating new billionaires who will come in and hijack this. How will you guard against that?
Eric, I think what you're saying is a possibility, especially if you look at the history that we've had at the Ministry of Lands. But let me underscore something, that the place of digitization in the national sphere and in government services is one that is on an irreversible gear. You cannot reverse it. You can only move forward. And we want to move forward. So what we need, and that is why we're saying that this audit is an extremely beneficial to the country, is that because you then are able to establish exactly what is happening, what is working, and what is not working. Where we sit, being regular users of that system, we know exactly what is working, we know exactly what is not working, and what needs to be done to work. We have given proposals in terms of some of the laws that need to be changed, to be amended, to entrench this system and ensure that it works properly. Yeah, there are things, for example, which we've been even urging the ministry to embrace. One of them is the advanced digital signatures, which then give security that any document that has been executed digitally, you can be able to trace and confirm that it is actually Eric Latif.
Yep.
But as it is right now, we have not embraced advanced digital signature in Adisasa. So those are the things that we keep on saying that we need to improve. And that's why I'm telling you that there is a lack of honesty from the ministry. They should be able to say, let us do this, let us move with this, let us move with this, let us move with this, so that together we are looking at the law and the infrastructure, and we develop a system that will be able to work for the entire country.
Thank you for joining us. All the best tomorrow. Let's talk to you after the protests.
And please join us, and also take this opportunity to urge members of the public to come and join us tomorrow, because it is for a worthy cause.
He is the president of the Law Society of Kenya. More conversations coming up. It's 9 a.m.
On Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Busia Governor Paul Utoma has unveiled a team of 11 eminent persons that will sit in the County Budget and Economic Forum to spearhead the budgeting process. The team, which will function as a think tank for his administration on matters finance and economic management, has former Attorney General and Busia Senator Amos Swako and former Nambale and Finance Minister Chris Okemo, who will represent the elderly and the interests of professional groups. Speaking in Busia, Utoma exuded confidence in the team, noting that the forum offers its government a platform to consult widely on various aspects of public policy, planning and finance management. Okemo and Wako challenged the forum to identify at least 4 flagship projects akin to the national government's Big 4 development agenda that can be implemented progressively in subsequent budgets. And Kirinyaga County government has enhanced TB management services as more cases get diagnosed as a result of advanced testing technology. With the acquisition of modern TB testing equipment, the county is now able to carry out testing for patients who present with symptoms that could indicate the presence of the disease. The county government has equipped Kerugoya County Referral Hospital, Kimbimbi, Sagana and Thiba hospitals with gene expert testing machines that are able to give accurate and TB and multi-drug resistant TB result promptly. And plot owners in Bulapesa area of Isiolo, which is the oldest settlement area in Isiolo County, now have a major reason to smile after they received the first 295 land allotment letters. This follows a special arrangement between the county government of Isiolo, the national government and the National Land Commission, with the devolved government paying standard premiums to the tune of 2.4 million shillings to facilitate the process. During the handing over of the allotment letters, Isiolo Deputy Governor James Lowassa, the CECM in charge of lands, physical planning, housing and urban development, Yusuf Dahir, and the National Land Commission Coordinator for Isiolo and Marsabit counties, Paul Kasimbu, described the exercise as a major breakthrough in the journey to ensure that genuine land owners acquire ownership documents in order to end perennial conflicts and consequently foster development in the area. These, as lawyers will tomorrow stage peaceful protest that they say is aimed at piling pressure on the Ministry of Lands to expedite the implementation of recommendations that are meant to improve service delivery. According to the lawyers' umbrella body LSK, the recommendations were arrived at between the Lands Ministry and the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya ISK. During the meeting, it was acknowledged that the respective professionals were facing a raft of challenges that included those to do with Ardisasa, central registry conversion of titles and long-term leases and sectional titles under the Sectional Titles Act of 2020. This conversation is ongoing. We'll be bringing you that in a subsequent news bulletin. Now, the government plans to attract small and medium enterprises to carry out their manufacturing processes within industrial parks in order to ensure they benefit from services such as standardization and certification offered by Kenya Bureau of Standards. Industrialization Principal Secretary Juma Mukhwana said the government is already in talks with investors to establish industrial parks for construction materials, pharmaceuticals and textile for small-scale manufacturers who will be able to produce quality products for local consumption and for export, as the country targets a 1.5% annual growth from the manufacturing sector and improve competitiveness in the internal market. According to Mukhwana, the government has already kicked off the strategy with setting aside a land in Athi River for the establishment of an industrial park for construction materials. The park, with the capacity to host between 70 to 100 manufacturing sheds, will be constructed to bring in investors to add value to what the East Africa Portland cement is producing. And President Adama Barrow announced that Gambia's Vice President Badara Alieu Diouf has died of illness in India. Diouf was appointed Vice President of the West African country in 2022. He had previously served as Education Minister. Barrow said on Twitter that Diouf had died after short illness without providing further detail. The Vice President left Gambia about 3 weeks ago to seek medical treatment. And President William Ruto has commended the Canadian government for its support in the blue economy. He says the exploitation of the sector's resources is a key plank of the bottom-up economic transformational agenda. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, on Joga Road, we're looking at some traffic. It's heavy as you're getting out towards Landis, and a little bit of it left over on the Thika Superhighway, as well as what's coming off of Kiambu Road. And Gigiri, that whole area coming in from Ruaka through towards the village market. We're also looking at it coming off of the northern bypass in through Runda. That traffic mess continues. Other parts of the city don't seem to be suffering the same problem. It seems to be flowing all right on Mombasa Road as you get towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, and then out towards the junction with Haile Selassie. Should be all right going past 9 o'clock. Traffic hour, I think we've seen the worst of it for today. Keep an eye on things though. Talk to us through the morning on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room,
7 minutes
the only way to...
morning, and thank you for keeping it locked on Spice FM. As we get into the final hour of the show this Thursday morning, it's Justice Thursdays. We want to have a justice conversation. We have a judge who's joined us in the studio. We welcome her, and we're going to introduce her shortly. But first, she hears the proverb.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week, ending tomorrow, have been from the country of Mozambique, otherwise known in Kiswahili as Msumbiji. The proverb: our reflection does not see itself.
A reflection does not see itself. Okay. I wonder, what do they say? What's your interpretation of that proverb, City?
You know, I puzzled over this. But of all the puzzlements that went through my mind, the one that I favored the most was how it is that we are unable to actually look at ourselves honestly and clearly. That's the one I arrived at. I figured we have a jaundiced view of seeing ourselves, and it's normally favorable. But if you are not that way inclined, then it'll be the complete opposite, where you see nothing good about yourself. And you, more than anybody else, is critical of yourself. Or you, more than anybody else, thinks, I mean, when God was looking for creation, it is you they looked at. And they decided, this is now perfection. Breathed life into perfection in this particular individual. So my reflection gives me an impression of who I am, but I cannot actually see myself clearly.
See.
Yes. Because think about it. Why do we look into the mirror? Because we want to ascertain certain things. I want to make sure my hair is combed properly. I want to make sure that my tie is properly set. So, but then having done that, have I seen the complete picture of myself? Yes. I have an image of certain, that's for sure, but Is it really complete?
Have you seen that?
Yes. That is what I arrived at.
Okay. You.
I'm still on the reflection. The reflection
the reflection, see, miracle. Where are we?
How can I see you, but you're not seeing?
But that's the beauty of Proverbs, because you can be literal about it if you like, or you can be philosophical about it if you like.
Yeah, I'm just coming from the point of view that when you look in a mirror, you see something looking back at you, or you would assume that it's looking back at you, right?
So that thing is not looking back at you.
That thing that you're looking at in the mirror is you.
So you're looking at yourself.
Yeah, but are you seeing yourself? Is the mirror image seeing you, or is it you seeing it?
You'd have to ask the image.
The Honorable Lady Justice Monica Mbaru is a judge of the Employment and Labour Relations Court. She joins us in the studio. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's Biggest Conversation.
Thank you.
We start on that note of that reflection and seeing itself and all those things. Do you get that proverb?
From the explanation from the person of the Proverbs, I can feel and relate, because sometimes we imagine we know ourselves, but until you go to the mirror, and that's when you see a reflection of yourself. But also when other people see and tell you this is who you are, you get that crucial feedback. Because even if the mirror will have, is it called a three degree dimension?
3D.
You still have a blind side of yourself that you're not able to tell. So that reflection, I can relate to the program.
I see. Karibu sana to the conversation.
Nashukuru.
Happy New Year. We'll be saying Happy New Year. And any new person you meet this year, whether it's December, January, April,
Happy
Easter, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year too.
Okay. The Employment and Labour Relations Court. We've had a judge from this court before, but there are people who don't know about the Employment and Labour Relations Court. What do you do at the Employment and Labour Relations Court?
First, the Employment and Labour Relations Court is established under the Constitution. Previously, it was the Industrial Court, which was at a lower level to the High Court. But now the Employment and Labour Relations Court is at the same level as the High Court, so that whatever we do, our decisions, judgments, orders, can only be appealed to the Court of Appeal. So the Employment and Labour Relations Court was established under the Constitution in 2010, but it only came into effect on 12th of July 2012, when we were appointed as the first cohort of judges. And it spreads through several towns and cities. Mombasa, we have a sub-station in Garissa and Machakos. Thika, we have another station in Nyeri and Meru. We are in Nakuru, we are in Eldoret, Kericho, Kisumu, Bungoma, and Nairobi is the head office.
So for the last 10 years, as it was designed, how many judges was it supposed to have? How many judges do you have now?
There is no fixed number of judges for the court, but we started off as 12 judges in 2012 and worked together until the last 2 years. We had an additional number of judges. So in total, we are 21. And they are spread in all these stations, Nairobi having the bulk of them. 12 judges in Nairobi. Nakuru we have 2, Mombasa we have 2, Kisumu 2, and then the other stations we have 1 judge. There are other stations like Garissa, Machakos, Kericho, Meru, which are substations. We are trying to establish one in Kisii. Those are substations so that the judges nearer to those stations occasionally go there, maybe once a month, or according to the amount of work, then a decision can be made for the judge to visit those stations.
Like they conduct clinics.
Yeah, just to ensure that the issue of access to judges, not really clinics, they actually attend.
They go and sit.
Yeah, they go and sit for a week or 2 weeks and ensure that people do not have to travel long distances. If you are in Machakos, you don't need to file your case in Nairobi. If you are in Garissa, you do not need to come all the way to Nairobi. File there, then based on the amount of work, one judge, or as the need arises, can go sit in Garissa, Thika, Meru, Kericho, and that kind of thing.
How then does the judiciary determine what it is that is required for you to have a fully fledged
station?
What has happened under the leadership of our Chief Justice?
Which Chief Justice?
The Chief Justice.
The current
Chief Justice.
Okay, yes.
And even before that, the Emeritus Maraga and Justice, the former Chief Justice Mutunga, there was creation of these courts, but gave a certain autonomy with each having a presiding judge, a principal judge. So currently the Employment and Labor Relations Court, we have Justice Baira Mongaya as the principal judge, who works with us as the team under him to decide on ourselves what is happening in a particular area. If it is Nakuru, what is the amount of work coming to Nakuru and from where? So in terms of access to justice, we ourselves can determine if there is need to remove the burden from the people of Kericho from coming to Nakuru, or if you're sitting in Nyeri, removing the burden of the people coming from Meru to Nyeri, or people of Garissa coming to Nairobi. So we decide as a team, we need a substation, and then with the approval of the Chief Justice, then that station is gazetted, because you cannot sit anywhere without that station being published to the public. So a gazette notice must issue under the Chief Justice that Garissa is gazetted as an Employment and Labor Relations Court substation, so that when a judge is going there, whatever you do when seated there, it has the force of law.
It's not under a tree somewhere. You know, someone can say,
no, but the thing that I've noticed here...
ulichomea judge nyama alafu kasema hiyo ni court.
Yes, but also remember, this cohort of judges in this particular court, then they embrace public participation. They sit, they agree. When they've agreed, then
they tell the boss.
Sure, because you cannot, as a collective, just decide because you are a judge and you can issue an order, then I'll declare my home to be, though fundamentally a judge is one who sits from morning to night to the next morning. You cannot say you will not write a judgment because you're sitting under a tree, or because you're required to do certain work, render a decision tomorrow morning, and you're seated here at SpiceFM. You cannot finish your work. So you are a judge 24 hours. But in terms of the public knowing where to find you and where to go and file their cases, then that place has to be designated and published.
Justice, I'm curious.
Yes.
You've mentioned a position, principal judge.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
How does one become a principal judge? It's not that I want to be a principal judge. I would just like to know how among yourselves, is this the same process of public participation that brings you, the principal judge, into being?
You'll be surprised. It's a very, very political process.
Very good.
He may not be surprised.
If you'd want to be a judge and a principal judge for that matter, finish your law school, be admitted as a judge. When they are advertising for judges, apply, because we elect a principal judge. So among
you in that particular court.
Yes.
So the 22 of you.
There are 21 of us. Say it is up for grabs. We elected the current principal judge last year. And we put the candidates who wanted to be employed, to be elected, on the radar for a whole year. They campaigned, they talked to us, this is the agenda that we want, and if elected, I will be able to do this and that. And we had 3 candidates, and they went all the way up to the election point. And we had a winner. So it is really, as you say, public participation at its best. So that among 21 judges, you can imagine you have to elect from 3. And to emerge a winner, you really have to be have convinced.
Okay.
Are there regulations on campaign financing? Such?
Yes, we have rules. We have rules. And occasionally we'll invite even the IEBC to take the ballot. And in this case, one of the Supreme Court judges was a presiding officer. This is Justice Smokin Wanjala, Judge of the Supreme Court, who is also the director, Kenya Judges Academy. And we were at a retreat, and he was able to actually be a very good returning officer. So it is an elective position. Right. It is not appointive. So that whoever we decide to be our leader as a team, then the Chief Justice confers that responsibility.
One last question on this particular subject.
Yes.
So you're a principal judge. Are you at the level of a resident judge, a judge of the appellate court, or are you just judge but first among equals?
You are a judge first of the Employment and Labor Relations Court.
Yes.
Then amongst equals, we decide you be the principal judge for a term of 5 years. That is actually under the law, under the Employment and Labor Relations Court Act. We are required to elect a principal judge who is conferred with the judicial function of administration of the court. The strict administrative roles are run by another officer appointed by the chief registrar, called the registrar. So where files are kept, whether there is furniture, that is the role of the registrar. But for judicial functions, who sits in Nakuru, who sits in Kisumu, who sits in Mombasa, then that is the function of the principal judge.
Thank you.
What kind of cases, Justice, come before the Employment and Labor Relations Court?
You'll be amazed at what has happened from the new constitution, because this is the court that was given specific mandate other than the High Court, that the High Court will not do anything that is employment and labor relations. So if you are in an employment environment, you are in an employer environment, this is the court to go to. So issues of redundancy, issues of unfair termination of employment, matters of contracts where you are dismissed, whether there is a good reason or no good reason. This is the court for an employer, because when an employer finds that they can no longer afford to sustain the economy, or the business is going down, the law actually allows the employer to come to court and say, allow me to lay off these employees under the law. And the law allows the employer to terminate employees on a good reason. But sometimes employers may not do as the law requires, so that there is indeed a financial crisis, like it happened during COVID, but they just sit somewhere and decide we cannot afford, so they dismiss. So those employees will come to our court, and then we decide what process was applied and what was the reason behind. So sometimes you may have a good reason of terminating an employee, but you do not follow the correct process, the due process. Yes.
Is it in the pursuit of justice, all of that being, precedent, is it a court that is friendly to employees, as has been said many times, that it is hard for an employee to take a case before the Employment and Labor Relations Court and lose? Very difficult. Is that how it actually is?
Not really, because this is not a court for employees. It is actually, unlike the previous court that was industrial court, this is the employment and labor relations. So employers, employees, the Ministry of Labor, any employer should feel comfortable coming to the court. And it need not necessarily be that it is the employee who comes to court, because sometimes you have an employee who is just disturbing the peace at the place of work, and you do not know how to initiate the process of terminating this employee, you have no reason why you should not come to the court. But ordinarily, when you look at employment and labor relations, there are serious power dynamics. In most cases, it is the employee who will lose or suffer because they have no say, or they are not listened to, or they are challenging a particular practice at the workplace. So sometimes most claims are initiated by an employee who is aggrieved by the practice of an employer. But when you look at the jurisprudence of the court and most of the judgments that we have passed, maybe the ones that are highlighted largely are the ones where an employee has won this huge award. But there are many, a lot of them that some claims are dismissed for want of proof, or the court does not find any lapse in due process, or the employer is able to come and explain the reasons why they dismissed the employee. And because we are a court of justice, we are not there just to listen to employees. We also listen to both parties on equal measure. Then we apply justice to each individual case.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is another sector that pops up quite regularly, and this is in the area of domestic help. Minimum wage has been set by government, but that's in public government offices, right? Yes. It has also been said, pay people a certain amount. We've seen that over time, when domestic help have been, whether they've left or terminated or whatever the case may be, we've seen that a lot then find reprieve in the labor courts.
Yes.
For people who have found themselves on the giving end of settlements because of having been taken to court by their former domestic managers, domestic help.
Yes.
What is the rationale behind a lot of the cases that we've seen settled in the manner in which they have been, that almost always the person who is aggrieved in terms of a domestic help has been awarded?
What happens in some of these cases, particularly what you say, is they happen in very, very private and domestic environments. And people forget that employment is employment. And in employment, it's not... even if you employ a house manager from your village or from your family, it's still employment. So you need to give that employee a contract of service, which is a requirement under the law. But because you fear maybe if I put this person under a contract, they'll feel like I am a stranger or I am not treating them as family, you'd want to put in emotions. So you put them in your privacy of your home, and they continue enjoying certain latitudes, and for you, because you are enjoying their labor and you do not want to disturb their quiet, you let them be. But when now a conflict arises, in court will ask you, were you under a written or an oral contract? Obviously, because it is an emotional employment, you will not have a contract. And under that, because there is no written contract, we apply the strict reading of the law. So the minimum wage orders apply to that kind of a person without a written contract. Because you started off your relationship informally, but now a conflict has arisen, there is nothing to refer us to. So as a court, we go to the minimum wage. We will ask, did you pay this person the minimum wage? And under the minimum wage, you need to pay for statutory deductions. You need to pay to NSSF, NHIF, annual returns. And obviously, because this is a house manager, and in most cases, when they are sick, you either send them to the district hospital or you use your own money. There is nothing that is documented. So we apply the strict meaning of the law and say you have not been paying statutory deductions. So this house manager is entitled to annual leave, entitled to service pay, entitled to all these benefits under the law. And the simple reason is because the relationship was informal and you never issued a contract, and now problems have arisen, there is no reference at all. And in some cases, an employer will come and say, during Christmas, I sent her off with a big package of goodies to her village. I even sent the mother some money for Christmas.
You give her 2 days off in a week.
But she never asked you to do that.
Your ladyship, may it please the court.
Yes.
This person was just a visitor in my home. Can I use that as defense? In fact, there was no employment.
There is
This person was just a visitor at my home. And what they were doing in my house is what everybody in the household does. Participating in household chores.
There
and
is
eating
something,
and sleeping.
There is something we call employment through conversion of the law. If somebody is in your house constantly washing utensils, and that particular task is not likely to end. It is an occurrence on an hourly basis, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, then the law assumes that person to be a full-time employee. So that
are you saying I should be kicking out my visitors every time because this one is now looking, you've been here for a long time.
Not at all.
You've been making your bed.
Not at all. Just write it down. If you have somebody coming to cut your grass on a weekly basis, then there is a legitimate expectation that that will continue for the rest of their enjoyment of that service.
For as long as they are visiting me.
As long as they are visiting.
But my insistence here, Judge, is this person is a visitor. This person is not an employee. At no point did we discuss
that
anything. Every morning I expect you to be washing the dishes, to be making the bed, to be cleaning the house. We never discussed that. But as a rule, everybody in my household participates in domestic chores.
Then that kind of a relationship should end be at the end of the day, or if it is not in writing, it should end within 28 days or not for more than a month. Because if this person visiting your home continues to do certain things for you and you enjoy, then they can claim under the law that they are your employee.
Okay. Now.
Yes.
Your Honor. If I look at some of the cases that one reads about where a domestic setup has been disrupted and people want to go their separate ways, and the spouse, in this case, the mother of the home, if I may use an African term, was what we call a housewife, okay, and conducted and was participated fully in the duties that we have been mentioning here. So in addition to whatever laws exist to superintend such a union, can they also include this one that we're referring to? Because
yeah, I mean, they did all those things.
And for years.
More than 24
and
days.
There was no written contract. Because the marriage certificate, if there's one, doesn't include those
duties.
Things. No, not really.
Okay. A very interesting conversation, because in employment and labor relations, we also find relationships like marriage. You are in a home with your partner. One is working, the other one is at home. So when a problem arises, nothing can preclude that person from saying, if we have to divide this home or dissolve this relationship that has subsisted for this amount of time, then my contribution was the labor that I was offering. And can my labor be quantified in this manner so that my contribution to this household can be realized? Quantified.
But didn't we see that one of your colleagues gave a ruling just last year that if you are participating, whether it be on the home front, you also then can claim part of the property or the
actually it's called the wife's equity.
Thank you very much.
Oh, of course,
because of the fact that she stayed home and did 1, 2, 3, she cannot be precluded from then acquiring some of the benefits of marriage, shall we say?
No. In marriage, it's serious. In marriage, it's serious because when you agree to live together, whether under customary law or whether under written law, you have a marriage certificate, or it is a partnership in common law, then that comes with rights. and those rights can be quantified when there is a problem. So the best part of the law we apply, the Employment and Labor Relations Court, is to encourage everyone, whatever relationship you go into, put it into writing. However mundane you find that the person is coming to do in your home, in your workplace, put that in writing. And particularly where sometimes you want somebody to just come and do a given task. There is allowance for piece rate work, there is allowance for a contract work, and there is also allowance for employment under a fixed term contract. So that when a house manager comes to your home, you can have an annual contract so that you can review the employment of this person and decide whether to renew the contract or to terminate it.
Let's take a break, a minute-made break. It's 26 minutes to 10. The Honorable Lady Justice Monica Mbaru is a judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. She's here to tell us what this court does. It's been in existence for the last 10 years and the main gains and maybe challenges that the court has faced so far. Ndu,
yes,
please serve the judge some juice.
A refreshing Minute Maid moment, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We are looking at the whole day when we have these conversations. I mean, it must be quite exhausting sometimes. But then Minute Maid gives us an opportunity to have that moment. So in the delicious apple or the Nutrified Defenses nectar of mango or the tropical, which Eric has recently become a fan of, you know, there's an opportunity for you to fill a glass and exhale.
Anytime throughout the day. Time for that break. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulo and DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, you know it's
Sugar and spice.
Great vibes, conversations, a lot of humor. I like to say we don't give an F, we give 3 Fs.
You and I are in this relationship, so it is me to tell you who we are.
When you ask a chick, how many guys have you been with? She's like, including you. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock. If I were you, I'd tune in to SpiceFM 94.4.
I want you on my team.
So does everybody else.
Yeah. Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon.
Don't live life on repeat. Enjoy your break moments with Minute Maid Delight, a treat that awakens your senses and fills you with vitality. So fill those break moments with the indulgent sensations of Minute Maid, featuring delicious mango, tropical and apple flavors.
Remember when Silas reminded McKenna,
there's different kinds of justice.
Prepare for the return of detective duo McKenna and Silas, fighting to protect their lives as they discover a justice system infiltrated by a mysterious cartel. So, will the law prevail? Get ready for Crime and Justice Season 2, A System Corrupted.
Watch Crime and Justice only on showmax.com.
22 and sunny conditions in Nairobi, highs of 28 and lows of 15. We're at 20 in Nakuru, highs of 28 and highs of 27. In a sunny Nyeri, it's 18 and sunny in Eldoret with highs of 27. We'll see lows of 12. Partly sunny at 28 in Mombasa, highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 31 in Malindi, where it's cloudy at 30. 24 and sunny conditions in Kisumu, going to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 32 in a sunny Kakamega at 25. It's sunny at 23 in Kampala and partly sunny at 29 in Dar es Salaam. It's mostly sunny at 21 in Johannesburg, going to highs of 28. Partly sunny at 24 in Lagos with highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa. Out in Beijing, going into evening Thursday, it's sunny at 4, that'll be the high, and lows of minus 11. Still a snowstorm in Paris at 0, highs of 4 and lows of minus 1. And London is at minus 1 and cloudy. We'll see highs of 5. New York, cloudy Wednesday night rather. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 6 and lows of 5. Looking much better on Jogo Road. This morning has not been too painful in terms of traffic. We are still quite heavy on the Thika Superhighway. This is after that Utali drift. And Limuru Road is still belching out that traffic this morning. Still pretty heavy. Just around the United Nations turnoff there. Just past the village market as well. Other than that, I think you'll be all right for most parts of this morning. Let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Everything nice. All right.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Talking about 10 years of the Employment and Labor Relations Court and understanding the work that the court has been doing and also getting clarification and this is also some tutorial, pre-tutorial on the law, employment and labor relations. On the corporate side, Judge, there is what you said, the issue of an employer looks at the prevailing economic situation or the business situation and decides, you know what, I really cannot sustain the current workforce that I have. I'd like to let go of some of them. They have to come to court and apply to be allowed to release them.
What happens under the law, it is very generous, extremely generous to employers. And one of the areas is an employer is directed work with the labor officer in your area. So that if in Standard Group, for example, the area you are nearest to the labor officer industrial area, if an employer finds they cannot sustain the workforce, there must be a reason and an analysis, then go to the labor officer, work with the labor officer who technically should advise you on what to do. If you agree and you issue notices to the employees based on the advisory from the labor officer, you're good to go. You need not come to court. But sometimes you may disagree with the opinion of the labor officer, and then when you issue notices to the employees, they protest, then you can come to court. So the law as constituted gives you that provision. And it is one of the novel areas where the Employment Act allows somebody to terminate the employment lawfully. So that when an employee then comes to court, you must really have good reasons to fault the decision of the employer vis-a-vis the advisory of the labor officer. Because in some instances where we have seen come to court, the employer ignores or fails to consult with the labor officer. So essentially the decision that they have taken is unlawful for want of that process. Labor officers are officers trained in legal processes under the Ministry of Labor, and they are given mandate to come and assess, audit, advise, and ensure that all employers are conversant with the minimum wage orders passed every year. So what I normally say is every employer should have a file with the list of labor officers in their area. And before they even think of coming to court or even consulting with a lawyer, and I'm not saying lawyers should not be consulted, first of all, the first point of call is the labor officer. As Mdu was asking about domestic managers, the first person you should actually consult before you go to your advocate is the labor officer in your area, because this is the repository of everything labor and employment. And whatever the court will always do, if I am stuck in terms of analyzing a particular wage order in an economic dispute or a matter of redundancy, I will not go to the factory myself, or I will not go to the employer or employee myself. Normally, the assistance that we get is from labor officers, because these are government officers. Whatever they are requested to do, they do it without pay. They do it from the basis that they serve under the Ministry of Labor. So they will not charge you for that service that they give. And they are the repository of all wage orders. If you want to find out how much the person cutting grass grass in your compound should be paid, the first person to know is not the lawyer. It is actually the labor officer. And those officers, in majority of cases, are underutilized because either people don't know or where they are, people may not know. Or sometimes in terms of access to justice, they could all be based in industrial area, and which office, where the public
don't know the labor
may not
office in your region or
Yes.
in your zone.
So you need to know that first before you do anything labor and employment. A draft contract, they will give you a sample, what to pay, the benefits that go with each kind of employment, because when you look at a driver is not just a driver. It depends on what kind of vehicle are they driving, a small car, a medium-sized car, a heavy-duty car. So the labor officer will have all those dynamics, and they have all the wage orders since independence.
Right. So that is when you when you are seeking to declare redundancies,
Yes,
say, in your organization. How about when you're seeking just to cut costs? You want to retain the same number of staff.
Cutting
but
costs.
then now you're talking about, how about a pay cut? Let's all agree, I don't want to send anybody home. I'm working on a humanitarian ground here. I don't want to send anybody home. But let's all agree to take a pay cut. 30%, 40%, 60%.
Getting a
better
pay
still,
cut.
just volunteer.
Yeah, it is allowed. It is absolutely allowed, but it has to be with the consent and approval of the employee in writing, so that if COVID comes, nobody was prepared for it, and you find that whatever you're doing, you have you are not able to pay your staff, you can call them to a meeting, or individually, mostly individually, because this is affecting somebody's livelihood. The salary that is paid is already organized in a particular way. Somebody is already paying a loan, or you have already planned your year, and here COVID comes and it is announced as a global pandemic. So call the employees, advise them on what is going on, and allow them the provision of agreeing to a pay cut, so that once they agree, draft it in writing and let the employee then accept in writing, to ensure that there is no violation of the law. Because under the law, before you alter the terms of employment, you must inform the employee in writing, and the employee must accept the change in writing. The alternative to the employee accepting that, it may look very imperialistic, but is to apply the redundancy clause. Here, I cannot afford you, or I can only be able to pay you 50% or whatever percent, and because you have declined the proposal to reduce your pay, then I will lay you off.
Another question that's come in, I was looking at it, is on the matter of industrial relations or joining a union. There are some organizations that will tell you, if you get to a certain cadre, then you are not going to be unionizable. The union members belong to a certain cadre of staff. Is that legal?
First of all, the Constitution has given a very, very important right under the Bill of Rights. And this one is not derogable unless provided for under the law. And that is the right to unionize. And the Constitution under Article 41 says everyone has a right to unionize. Maybe under Article 24, you are allowed, if you're in the police service or if you are in the military, those exceptions that are granted in law. Otherwise, everyone has a right to unionize. So that when you go to the shop floor and you find that the employer only allows a certain cadre of employees to unionize, you can challenge that under the provisions of the Employment Act, so that even managers, top executives, nothing stops you from unionizing if you want to. Because the ripple effect of what the shop floor or the lower cadre employees who are thought, in quotes, to be the only ones who can unionize is every time a CBA is registered with the court, negotiated between an employer and those so-called low-level employees, the employer is now bound by that CBA to effect the wages of even other cadre of employees, because the minimum set in the CBA, you cannot pay below it. That is the ripple effect of why every employer should be interested on the employees being unionized. And it is a constitutional right. It is not an offense when employees come together and say they want to unionize. And you can unionize at whatever level. Even judges, even ministers, nothing stops you from being unionized. It is not your title that is important. The title is, are you an employee or are you an employer? Because also employers are allowed to organize under employer confederations and associations, so that that collective is able to bargain at the show floor as a collective. So it is not the lower cadre who can only unionize, and we want to employ employers who only allow the so-called, because when that document called a CBA comes to court, and maybe you are called a manager, and the functions that you undertake as a manager are similar to those, but because the employer wants to remove you from the unionized employees, then they put you at this level called management. But really, it is just a term that is being used.
You're still an employee.
You are still unionizable, even if you are not unionized.
Okay. Looking at the race towards access to justice, we've seen time caps put on cases. Whether it is in mediation, whether in say, okay, like in 60 days, I think we saw some other commissions say within 60 days cases must be heard and, settled and, drawn up. Is there that same time cap on the cases that we see coming before the this court?
Sure, that even for us, every day, we have to give our returns. What did you do in court? In a month, you give your returns. What did you do? Why did you adjourn a particular case? What are the pending judgments before you? Just as a tracking system to ensure the timelines that the Chief Justice has committed to the public, they are the same timelines our principal judge makes us also commit in terms of the individual judge workload. So there may not be a particular timeline that you're given, but every return that you make gives you, even as an individual judge, a timeline within which to comply. But ordinarily, we have a system that is able to track our rulings within a given time, not beyond 60 days, a judgment not beyond 90 days. But because of different reasons and circumstances of every case, there could be delays, either because of adjournments or because of one reason or the other. But you must give a reason why you have adjourned a case on a daily basis. You must give reasons. Yes.
Is there any good reason why the police service or the armed forces are not unionizable?
It is interesting how the rights under Article 24 are couched, so that there are certain provision of services within a country that people come together and decide these ones, they provide an essential service. And if we allow police to picket, if we allow the army to picket, there are certain breaches of national security that may arise. So the rationale has to be looked at within each and every case. And police is not the only essential service. We have had we have had pilots, doctors, teachers. So when we classify the police and security services, that is in essence because police and the army, they have their own service orders which regulate certain conduct. So when you look at them vis-a-vis opening them up to the entire domain of rights in terms of unionization, that may have an impact of a serious nature on the nature of service that they render to the public.
So we look at the impact.
And the purpose.
And we do not look at the discrimination.
And the intention.
Okay.
Judge, in the Employment and Labor Relations Court, I'm sure you receive very many applications on a daily basis, like Ndu was asking, with all the workload that you have, with everybody expecting expedited justice. Okay?
Yes.
How do you deal with ambulance chasers?
In employment and labor relations, we may not have this in the strict sense ambulance chasers, but when you find a particular area of justice is being replicated in a way that you cannot justify, and a good example is industrial accidents. You have somebody injured at the shop floor, then they come to court seeking damages from the employer. That can attract that kind of a series of ambulance chasing in the strict sense of lawyers getting those to come and claim for damages. So for us, we only sit on appeal from such cases, because once you are injured at the shop floor, you should not go to your advocate. You go to the labor officer who assists you to go to the director of occupational health and services, who assesses you with the doctors available in the registered and published panel, and then they can tell the injury that occurred at the shop floor. This is the level of disability. This is the assessment that can quantify the damage, so that by the time you're coming to court, there are certain officers under the Ministry of Labor who have done certain things. So what we normally do is either when we get that kind of a case filed directly to our court, we refer it back to the Director of Occupational Health and Services. Or if you really find this, the lawyer did not follow the due process, you are also allowed to dismiss that kind of a case, because the law, the Work Injury Benefits Act, gives directions of where you should go, what you are required to do before you file that kind of case in court. So the law allows certain gaps and measures on avoiding ambulance chasing.
And
but sometimes it is not applied.
Jamming the court with cases that
yes.
You're celebrating 10 years.
Yes.
When do you want to celebrate the 10 years? Are you giving some giveaways, like, free?
Getting people out of jail free.
Yes. Reinstating kuna promotion.
So the 10-year celebration for the court is because, as I said, the court was inaugurated in the year 2012, and we have a series of events starting with this one, like visiting SpiceFM. Thank you very much. To just have the people of Kenya appreciate in an informal way what we do and the kind of disputes that we preside over, and ensure that in a series of events throughout the year, we will be promoting awareness on the role of the court, like I've just done, some of the matters that we handle, and also we share the practices like the issues of redundancies, issues of work injury benefits, why people should unionize, the benefits under unionization, who is a unionizable employee and who is unionizable, and also provide a forum in a series of conferences, side meetings, showcasing the work of different industries, because employment and labor relations is not just the court. It is not just about the judges. We have trade unions, we have employers, we have manufacturers, we have the Ministry of Labor, we have big employers like the Teacher Service Commission, we have a big union under the teachers, the Kenya National Union of Teachers, and also KUPPET. So showcase their work in a series of events, and hopefully we will do a week-long conference where all these actors come together. And one major objective for this ELRC at 10 is to have a conversation among all the actors and stakeholders to harmonize the labor market, because sometimes we fail to do the right thing for lack of feedback. And starting from even the proverb that was shared, how do we reflect on ourselves from engaging with all the actors on the shop floor? We cannot do that unless we hear what is happening within the employers and what the employees are going through. So this will offer us a week-long series of engagements to ensure that we all are speaking from the same table. And I believe the outcome of it is industrial peace, to ensure when we are engaging with the court, it is from a point of knowledge and we know what to expect. Or largely by the time you are filing a case in court in terms of access to justice, you can have a semblance of assessment that within a year, within a month, or when I bring a certificate of urgency because I urgently need to secure my employment, then you can get an order from the court.
Asante sana, and congratulations for the 10 years of this court.
Thank you.
We hope to get more and more, of course, value and more judges also added into the court.
Thank you.
Go back there and say good morning and hello to all your colleagues.
I will.
Including the registrars, including everybody else who works in the Employment and Labour Relations Court.
Thank you, Eric.
The Honourable Lady Justice Monica Mbaru has been our guest. We've been talking about the Employment and Labour Relations Court. Judge, as you go, John Alan Namu, I'm sure you know him. He's this award-winning journalist. He has a show on Maisha Magic Plus. And this is an investigative series that looks at crimes that have taken place in this country and seeking to understand what exactly happened. Some of them have even gone to court, have been concluded. Some of them are still out there. They're just cold cases. So he revisits them and asks the questions. What happened? What was the last door that this person, if they disappeared, where were they last seen? If they were found dead, what happened? If they were just killed, and we also know the killer was convicted, what exactly led to the death? So watch it every Sunday from 8 p.m. on Maisha Magic Plus, DSTV channel 163, and GoTV is on channel 8.
I will. Thank you.
Asante sana. Keep it here. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll continue the conversation for a bit after 10 o'clock because we have a guest who is within the building and we want to hear a bit from her. And this is the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, Penina Malonza. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning. LSK President Eric Theuria stated that there exists massive dishonesty in the Lands Ministry. In an interview with SpiceFM, Theuria said that there are bottlenecks that have made it difficult to conclude transactions in the Lands Ministry, which have in turn turned out to be a haven for corrupt individuals.
The only place where there is dishonesty is at the Ministry of Lands. Every stakeholder wants a digital system, because when you experience the joy of having to sit and undertake a process from end to end, and let me tell you why we say so, because at every stage in a manual stage, you know what happens. There is a file that is in Office A that is going through verification. Once it's finished its verification, it goes to a land officer. Once it finishes there, it goes here. Then it finally lands in the desk of a registrar to sign. So there are several processes that are undertaken. We live in this country, and you know that for every stage there is a toll station.
He says that to cure this seemingly unending problem, a honest conversation is needed and an audit on the system conducted so that the existing problems can be identified and addressed.
We have written a very detailed memorandum to the ministry, and one of the first things that we have asked them to undertake, and also to undertake in conjunction with other critical players in the industry, is to conduct an audit of the system, so that we are able to independently establish what is working, what extent is it working, what is not working, and why is it not working, so that then after the review of that process, we are able to say this is where we are with the system. And we are not saying that this is a bad system. It's a good system. There have been transactions which painfully have been assisted to go through, and they have gone through.
These as lawyers will tomorrow stage peaceful protest that they say is aimed at piling pressure on the Ministry of Lands to expedite the implementation of recommendations that are meant to improve service delivery. According to the lawyers' umbrella body LSK, the recommendations were arrived at between the Lands Ministry and the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya ISK. During the meeting, it was acknowledged that their respective professionals are facing a raft of challenges that include those to do with Ardhi Central Registry conversion of titles and long-term leases and sectional titles under the Sectional Titles Act of 2020. And plot owners in Bulapesa area of Isiolo, which is the oldest settlement area in Isiolo County, now have a major reason to smile after they received the first 295 land allotment letters. This follows a special arrangement between the county government of Isiolo, the national government and the National Land Commission, with the devolved government paying standard premiums to the tune of 2.4 million shillings to facilitate the process. During the handing over of the allotment letters, Isiolo Deputy Governor James Lowassa, the CECM in charge of lands, physical planning, housing and urban development Yusuf Dahir, and the National Land Commission coordinator for Isiolo and Marsabit counties Paul Kasimbo described the exercise as a major breakthrough in the journey to ensure that genuine land owners acquire ownership documents in order to end perennial conflicts and consequently foster development in the area. And the Employment and Labour Relations Court has the mandate to handle issues surrounding employment and labour matters. Employment and Labour Relations Judge Justice Monica Mbaru says the court is there to ensure that justice is accorded to both the employer and employee. Justice Monica Mbaru added that the court is open to all and that it is the court that listens to matters before it and gives direction.
This is not a court for employees. It is actually, unlike the previous court that was industrial court, this is the employment and labor relations. So employers, employees, the Ministry of Labor, any employer should feel comfortable coming to the court. And it need not necessarily be that it is the employee who comes to court. Because sometimes you have an employee who is just disturbing the peace at the place of work, and you do not know how to initiate the process of terminating this employee. You have no reason why you should not come to the court.
Domestic workers and their rights, the judge says that the law must be followed at all time and that employers must always ensure that their house managers have a contract.
People forget that employment is employment, and in employment it's not even if you employ a house manager from your village or from your family, it's still employment. So you need to give that employee a contract of service.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
It's 5
Spice
minutes after
FM.
10. Good morning. We're still here.
Mombasa.
This is the Situation Room. It extends for a bit today because we have a guest who's joining us in the studio. The Situation Room broadcasts every weekday morning on Spice FM. It's also on KTN. It's on TV. It's online on YouTube and Facebook. And of course, the conversations take place as well on all our social media platforms, on Instagram, on Twitter, and all. We have a guest, and that's why we are extending the show to welcome the guest and to welcome her to Standard Group Center. Penina Malonza is the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife, and Heritage. Good morning, Madam Waziri.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us, and karibu sana to Spice FM.
Thank you.
Naona angalia around you. This is a place to be. In fact, we are using this opportunity to tell everybody, so that everybody can hear, we are extending this open invitation for you to come for 1 hour so we can talk about the work that your ministry is doing and what your mandate has been.
I'll be happy to come.
Let's start from the very beginning. Tourism, wildlife, heritage. I want to start with the heritage bit because there are very many people who hear tourism, they can see. Wildlife, they know KWS, Wanyama. Heritage.
Yes.
What's that about?
Heritage is a wide space of our way of life, culture, and also our God-given endowments, like the landscapes that we have, the lakes, the formation of our land, the formation of stones, and everything else, including even wildlife, is part of heritage.
So when you talk about, people then will think of the National Museums of Kenya. That falls under your ministry.
Yes, it does.
And the Uhuru Gardens Museum, it also falls under.
Yes, it does.
Customs and traditions. Are you also the custodian of our customs and
Oh,
traditions?
yes, I am.
I see, CT. Now you can see.
No, when you talk of customs, and we just had a judge in the studio, I'm thinking custom. So when one talks of customary law.
Here we go.
That also falls under your ministry?
It doesn't, but it's a facet. It's a facet in our ministry because it's the way we used to do judgment as a people, and it was a way of life. Because before the courts, we existed, and by the time we existed, we had our own governing council and rules, and that's where customary law comes in. That was a bit, uplifted by education and probably a few things added to it. Thank you.
You know, I have to say this. When I think of the modern lives we live and the constant references to how we were in the past, what we did, cultural norms that have been lost, I can only say this. You have your work cut out for you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
A quick one. I know we're wrapping up in a bit, Waziri, but coming off of 2 years of the world almost falling apart because of COVID, Kenya being known for its tourist destinations, how are we going to come out of that? I mean, what are you thinking?
We're already coming out of that because we are doing robust marketing and, of course, going into other modes of marketing other than our traditional marketing. We're again reaching out not only to our traditional markets, but also reaching out for domestic tourism, which can really sustain. And we saw that it was through domestic tourism that we were able to survive the period. And therefore, we're moving to domestic tourism and also reaching out to our rich Africa for regional tourism. Therefore, we're reaching Africa as a market as well as Kenya as a market, and that's why we have Tembea Kenya. Yeah.
Waziri, we thank you very much for visiting us today. I know it's a quick one. You'll come in again soon for an extended conversation to just hear the mandate, the plans that you have for this ministry. But everybody would like to hear that. I mean, you have been in the ministry now for a while. You have your PSs in office. There's a rallying call that you've been given by the president, but also you're also giving your people the rallying call. What should Kenyans expect from this ministry in the next 5 years?
Well, we're going to increase the numbers in this country. We bragged of 2019 as the year that we had the highest number in terms of 2 million. But we want to double this number. By the time I exit in 5 years, I want to leave Kenya with probably 7 to 10 million tourists flowing in this country, and of course to have diversified the products that we need to sell out as a premier destination.
Asante sana. Look out for an extended conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, Penina Malonza, when she comes again. She's been here visiting